Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining me on Burn the Corporate Fiction. Another lovely evening on this worldwide corporate tax farm that we are working on overthrowing. So I hope everyone is doing well this evening. I've been working on my paperwork all week, exactly what I'm teaching you guys. You may not have even gotten notification that I'm going live, because I imagine as I explain this more and more simply and accurately to the public, they're not going to, this is exactly what they're doing. They're administering decedent estates. That's what I'm hoping to explain to you guys this evening, is because as I've said on the last several shows, and I can't really drive it home enough, is that law was not invented in this country. We didn't invent a new law when we started this country. We inherited English common law. And in fact, in several states, the statutes literally had said, once they first had their sessions of legislature, said that the English common law shall remain in effect until, an act of legislature alters it. So the whole point, and the only way that they could alter it, is by conforming it more to our system of not having a supreme sovereign. Our system, we are all sovereign. So that's the only difference between English and common law, and it creates, or English common law and American common law, and it actually creates quite a significant difference in the way that is expressed in society. But my point is that you have to look into the origins of these jurisdictions that are in effect in the United States, right? Not the United States Corporation, but the several United States and the United States Corporation, actually, in order to understand exactly how to get out of this. And so I'm going to keep driving this home until everyone really understands what's going on. So tonight we're going to go through the 5 jurisdictions of American jurisprudence. And I'm going to explain to you and show you how the only way you end up in any other jurisdiction other than common law is by contract, because common law is the default jurisdiction of free people. Okay. So in this, the law that you're under, and I cannot stress this enough, is directly related and caused by your relationship to your property, your title to your estate. Do you have absolute title to your estate, or are you a usufruct or usufructuary? Usufructuary, it's a tongue twister. It's a lot of U's in there, but usufructuary, meaning somebody else has superior title to your property because you've been deemed incompetent in some form or fashion, right? And they now get to treat you like a child or an infant, because that's actually what they consider you. And they also get to tax you for the use of your property, because the infant that they presume you are is not even the heir to the estate, because that would be one of the people. So they have to pretend the United States person that's using the estate is an infant and also not the heir of the estate, and also dead. And there's so many layers of presumptions laid over this that I hope to make it clear, because initially when I explain it, you're like, what the hell is this guy talking about? It's this dead and an infant and not the heir. I'm not me, but I'm an infant. What are you talking about? And it's intentionally confusing. And I hope to clear a lot of that up this evening. So let's see what we've got so far. We got Roger Ledwell, Brad and Tasha. Good to see you guys. Dylan Heron. And Mojo is backstage. So those are the people that commented. I know we have a few more JPs in here. Good to see you, man. We got Mojo backstage. How you doing, Mojo? You're muted, by the way.
I'm doing awesome. Doing great. Getting better by the minute.
Awesome. Fantastic. So tonight we're going to go through these ZXL Master showed up, these jurisdictions. So the 5 jurisdictions of American jurisprudence, and I'm going to lay them down, then we're going to go through some examples. We're going to take a look at some old law books and hopefully perhaps get into the Magna Carta. So I'm going to give a little history, and I have been given history, but I want to really break this down. And some of the common law books that I have to show you guys tonight from the 1800s actually verify this. So you had in the Anglo-Saxons and Druidic Celtic people, Celtic, whatever. I've never known. Is it Celtic, Celtic? I don't know. But I should probably look it up. I have the internet. Why wouldn't I look it up? Anyways, these people lived under common law from time immemorial. Okay. Meanwhile, a parallel system of law was being developed in Rome. Okay, going all the way back to the 12 tables under Emperor Nero and before. And the funny thing about the 12 tables, and I have them, is they did the same thing in Rome that they did in England and London for the Set Decay Vi Act of 1666, where they basically burned everything to the ground and then created this new law that said that, hey, if you don't come forward and claim your stuff, then it now belongs to the emperor or the crown or the state, as we have here today, right? They just did it a little bit differently, more subtle, in a more subtle fashion, and gradually over an extended period of time, so that they've perfected, or think they've perfected, this manner of escheating property to the state. But in fact, we are on to them, and because that's how they've done this, it's very easy to undo, and people have already done it, and it works. So. But they lived under common law all the way till 1066. Now, the thing about common law, and people really have to understand this, is that common law is basically do no harm. So if you look into a law dictionary, like especially if it's a newer Black's Law Dictionary, they really try to gloss over, because they want to remove common law, and I'll explain why in a moment. But common law is basically do no harm. It's the common practice of the people going back to time immemorial. We can't even remember where it started. And the curious thing about common law is it was never written down, because it was considered an abomination to write it down. And it also gave people the opportunity to lie without being scrutinized by their fellow people, right? I'll just say people. So the common law was never written down. And you had over in England, people govern themselves in these courts called 100s. And I explained this on the last show, and it was basically 100 families got together. The men of those families got together in what was called a 100 court, and they dealt with the issues of that local area. That's what you call self-governance. Okay, so William the Conqueror, a Roman stooge, came over 1066, conquered England, and split their courts. And we're going to read about some of that, right? And the main thing that he did when he split the courts was he took the spiritual aspect of dealing with life, death, property, even the means of, like, there's a whole philosophy behind owning property, which is the source of all rights. So basically, your property is an expression of your will. Property itself does not have a will of its own. So when you take something or create something out of something else and take that as your property, you are infusing it with your will, and it becomes an extension of you by right. And if you are free and capable of managing your own affairs, there is no other person under God that has a higher claim to your property than you do. Now, the English, because when he split the courts, he created basically the predecessor, what is probate today. Okay, and he gave that aspect of court to his priest class, the Roman priests. And he basically said, now, anytime anybody dies, or are dealing with questions of inheritance or questions of will or anything like that, to settle the property of deceased people, right? Or to deal with guardians and wards, so that you have to go to my priests and talk to them. You can't do it in your little 100. Well, actually, he abolished the 100 courts, and he took complete control over both the temporal and the spiritual court system, split them in half. So obviously, the priests were robbing the estates of say somebody went off, because at that same time you had like the Crusades going on, various battles, stuff, people were going off and fighting. They held knights' fees and all that stuff, so they were off fighting. They die in battle. If their heir wasn't of age, then that heir would come under the wardship of this ecclesiastical court that William the Conqueror created. And then, of course, this ecclesiastical court was going to look for any way to use their power of, well, just for the sake of simplicity, we'll call it power of attorney, because that's what it is, right? I don't know what they called it back then, but it's a power of attorney over this heir's estate. And they can therefore use it as surety. They can act as if it is theirs within reason. They have to take care of the property and make sure nothing goes to waste. But, you know, these people have always been deeply intertwined with the bankers and the merchants. So they're, you know, creating what we would call securities nowadays, stuff like that. They're robbing the property, right? So it took about about 150, 160, whatever, from 1066 to 1215. Well, actually 1213. King Henry gave England to the Pope, right? So it was the concession of England to the Pope. It was Pope John's concession to Rome, or King John's concession to Rome, and that sent the barons over the top. They were already dealing with all these taxes of their estates, uses of on their estates, these the usufructory situation. This introduced the usufructory situation. Usufruct, if you're new to the channel, is where one person has a superior title. It's where so usufruct is foreign to common law. It's a barbarism is what that's called. It's foreign to common law. Okay, you don't split titles in common. At least you did not before 1066, or before 1215, rather. I'll get to that, what I mean by that. You don't split titles, but in the Roman civil law, there's this aspect of usufruct where the title gets split and one person has a superior claim to the title, right, called the legal title holder, and then the other person has an equitable title to it, which means they can use it for the benefit of the person who actually owns it, okay, and according to the rules that are set forth by the person who actually owns it. So you just use the property. That's what we have today with our cars, right? You register it. That's usufruct. You only have the equitable. You're only allowed to use the car, and you have to use it the way that daddy government tells you. All right. And then that's what all these traffic codes are. They're actually just probate codes telling you how to use your property, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. So 1213, King John gives England to the Pope. And then 1215, the barons are pissed off. They circle him when the Romans are out of town on a conclave. They circle him up at the battlefield called Runnymede. And they force him to sign the Magna Carta, which they had already drafted up as if he drafted it up, in order to protect their property rights. So what they actually did, and I'm inclined to believe that this was a secret, agreement, I personally believe, between the barons and Rome, and he'd never be able to prove it, because what it has evolved into over the last 800 and whatever years, right? That's let's see, we're 2022, 1215, so it'd be 800 or 2024. I don't know what I was thinking. So it'd be 808 years, right? No, 800 and why can't I think 1215? 9 years, 809 years. Anyways, my math isn't mathing right this evening. 809 years later, this infection has turned into this chimera of probate and equity and maritime, while burying the common law. But the way that they did this was the Magna Carta actually introduces common law, or introduces the idea of usufruct into the common law. And when we get into the Magna Carta in a little bit, I'll be able to explain that and kind of show you guys a little better. But just to give you a brief overview, so common law is basically, that was the first time that it was actually written down, was in the Magna Carta. It had never been written down before. And the Magna Carta, also known as the Great Charter of Liberty, was the first time that it had been written down. And it maintained, it remained unchanged, an unchanged body of jurisprudence all the way up to the founding of this country. And even many of the founding documents of the territories and then the states within this republic mirror the Magna Carta almost verbatim. Sometimes the lines are exactly verbatim regarding inheritance and estates and wards and stuff like that. It's almost exactly verbatim. And this is all law is concerned with, is estates and property, your property rights and estates. That's it. Every type of law you could ever think of, it's all about your right to property. And all of your freedom is your right to property. and your relationship to the property you supposedly own. Well, first of all, the fastest way to see if you're free or not is have you bought your home or your car, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, do you continue to pay somebody for it? Well, yeah, every year you got to register. Well, then you don't own it. Someone else owns it. You use it, right? Very deceptive how they've evolved and then introduced. I think this country in itself was started. It always had to have the fair option of being able to go both ways. That's just how law works. Any good weapon we can use against them in law is a weapon they have already been using against us. And they've only been able to use it against us through our ignorance. So any good thing has to be double-sided, right? It's one of those esoteric. I'm not going to get into that with you guys because I don't even know if a lot of you guys are interested in it, but you should be. And the esoteric aspect of it is that it has to be good on both sides. So when they started this country, it was basically like game on. And that's what I've always thought when I hear about Madison's, what type of government is it you've given us? Someone asked Madison, he says a republic, if you can keep it. To me, that almost sounds like game on, bitch. Like game on. And sure enough, they were all part of the Constitutional Convention, which didn't undo it, built upon the Articles of Confederation and made it possible for the judiciary to create a jurisdiction of probate, which could only happen under a judiciary, and then steal your fucking property through presumption. Oh, he's an idiot. He's a spendthrift. Just so you guys know, idiocy in Bouvier's Law Dictionary, definition of idiocy is one who is ignorant of their own nativity. So if you're one of the people, but you do not know you're one of the people, then you're a fucking idiot and you're incompetent. They can take your estate, you're an idiot. So that's how serious this shit gets and how they use almost any reason. I was going through some Michigan law books as basically, so when they set up Michigan, they had these overseers of the poor in each county for the poor people of the county. And they would offer services to these overseers of the poor. So the states were already doing what the federal government ended up doing in toto and all, right? They were already doing this, usurping and escheating the property of their citizenry. All the rich people were usurping the property of their citizenry by claiming them to be incompetent, or because that's all they had to do. All they had to do is petition this probate court. And like I told you guys last show, Michigan created its probate court before it even became a state. It was the first court, even before it became a state, 8 years before it became a state. It was in 1827, they created the probate court. It was 1835, we became a state, or at least drafted our Constitution, ratified it. So that's the situation. So back to the common law thing. We are traveling through time, and these other jurisdictions are getting added on top of common and civil law. So now you've got Roman civil law in England, and you've got common law in England, right? And now, I think it was Edward III adds admiralty. See, all of this stuff is much more recent than they would like you to believe through your history books in schools, which makes me think that society was something happened. Maybe that Tartare, who knows? I'm not going to get into the crazy stuff, but everyone had common law at some point. We're living peacefully, and then all of a sudden this infection came in, right? So, Mojo, you're more than welcome to come back up. I don't know if you lost service or something, but I was going to open the floor up to you in a moment. I just want to get through this introductory explanation. So all these other forms. So when you get to the United States, we had originally 5 jurisdictions. These 5 jurisdictions were common law. Let me show you something about common law. So here's are the 2 main jurisdictions that would affect everybody. That would affect everybody. So we're going to go here, and I'm going to show you the U.S. Constitution. So this is the Article 3 that created the judiciary, okay? Article 3, Section 2, right, delineates the jurisdiction of the judicial branch of government. It says the judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity. Now, see, today they'd have you believe that equity is law, but it's not. Equity is the enforcement of agreements, and equity can actually transcend other jurisdictions. Like it can enter into other jurisdictions, basically. And that's why it was included, because of its usefulness. So there's a very basic distinction between common law and equity, or common law in any other jurisdiction, which is why common law is the default jurisdiction. Common law only deals with fact. It only deals with something that has happened and that exists right now, right? An injury that exists right now, or objects and people, real estate, whatever that exists right now in fact, right? This common law deals with. Whereas equity can deal with the future. So equity is where you start to get into pre-crime. There's actually I was trying to find the one common law treatise I was reading where the guy was actually excited about it. Like, oh, we can file injunctions and all this stuff. So you don't have an injunction at common law. But like, let's say this. So like if there's an employee smoking, like you own a bar or something, and the employee is smoking a cigarette, and you don't want him smoking in your bar, you don't want him to burn the place down, you don't stinks, all that good stuff, right? So you're gonna say, hey, stop smoking. He says, no, I'm not gonna stop smoking. Now you could fire him, but say you need him, right? And this is just a very loose, rough example or whatever, right? So you're like, well, I'm gonna go get a court order. Well, at common law, you cannot get a court order to stop that guy from doing something, right? Because he hasn't actually committed a crime. He's free to smoke if he wants. He hasn't harmed anything. Now, if you burn down your bar because he was smoking, well, then now you have a common law case, right, for damages. You're seeking release, right? Relief. Mojo, you says your device is not connected, but you must have crappy service still. So, there you go. All right. Sorry about that. So let me get through this and then I'll open it up to you. Where was I? Oh yeah. So if he burns the place down because he's smoking, now you have an actual crime. He harmed you. There's an injury. So there must be damages, right? So now in equity, you can actually take him to court. And once you prove that there is an equitable relationship between you and this person, well, he works for me. We have a contract, blah, 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 right? I didn't write in the contract that he couldn't smoke, but I need him to not smoke and in the bar and blah, blah, blah. And the court can issue an injunction. And an injunction can only occur in equity, and that's stopping somebody from doing something in the future. So they introduced equity into the country as a backdoor for this pre-crime horseshit, in my opinion. That's absolutely what it is, right? And equity is now where you go to, they're actually special administrative hearings. It's like a mixture of probate and equity. And really it's equity, because probate is kind of a form of equity. And this is where they kind of blend together. And it's just under different, like, so equity is purely the enforcement of agreements, right? And then you have probate, which is a continuous agreement of a trust. In most contracts, unless the obligations are discharged immediately, any kind of long-term contract creates a trust. Okay, so a trust is a creature of contract. Am I confusing you guys? Anybody? Just let me know if I'm not explaining it well. So you got common law and equity. These are the two that are listed in Article 3, Section 2, that everyone has access to and everybody deals with. Now, anytime in the Constitution, Articles of Confederation, anytime in any old law book before the Civil War, you see, and especially, or I'd say before 1913, you see the term law. There is only one law in this country, and it's common law. The other jurisdictions are nominated by their name. They're denominated by their actual name. That's why it says here law and equity. But now you look at federal rules, civil rules of civil procedure. Rule number 2 says one form of action, civil action. And then it goes on to explain to you that everything's going to be adjudicated in equity, right? Why is that? Well, you don't have access to common law anymore. Why don't you have access to common law? Because only sovereigns have access to common law. The only people that had access to common law after the Magna Carta was signed were the barons, and they were considered sovereigns because they were peers of the king. They're all related. They're all family members. There's Duke of this, Baron of that, right? Whatever. And they're all fucking family members. They just didn't happen to be close enough to the direct bloodline to be sitting on the throne. But they're like, so this is where you start to see why the barons would want to set up this nation to create their corporate kingdoms and be on par with the king and the popes, right? And that's what they've done, in my opinion. They've created this corporate oligarchy that we, yes, and yeah, like Brad and Tasha are saying over here, the U.S. is literally on the UK stock market. It's on the company's house registry. It's registered as an English company. It always has been. That's why, first of all, we shouldn't even have the United States corporation. We should have United States and Congress assembled under the Articles of Confederation, not the constitutional federal government. That should have never happened, but it did. And part of its positive utility is it deals solely in maritime admiralty. So, well, not anymore, but that was what it did, right? It dealt primarily in admiralty. There's a little bit of common law, federal common law function, very minimal, right? But it dealt basically with issues of interstate and international trade, which is generally under admiralty, right? And this is where it's going to get a little confusing for you guys, because Lex Mercatoria, the law merchant, touches admiralty, right? But it's still a little different because admiralty only deals with the law of the sea and shipping and stuff like that, which they've brought inland under federal territorial jurisdiction, because that's what the United States dealt with. The federal government, the federal corporation dealt with admiralty. They brought it inland with the Lieber Code and martial law in the 1860s, and then we've been in a perpetual state, and that's how they've been able to open up the Lex Mercatoria, which is entirely foreign to us. So civil law is foreign to this republic. Civil law, anytime you ever read the word civil law, and you can look up in Black's Law 4th, Black's Law 5th, Black's Law 6th, civil law is the Roman civil law, okay? That is for essentially denizens, for subjects of the Pope, of Caesar, right? They do not have sovereignty or property rights. They have privileges granted to them by their ruler that could change at any time. It's the rule of men, not the rule of law, right? That's civil law. And that's what they've been able to bring in and put us under this probate code. It's a faux civil law, basically. So let me bring Mojo in, let him talk for a second. Why don't you say hi to everybody real quick? You there, Mojo? I think you're muted, Mojo. Muted. Hold on. See if he starts talking.
Hello.
No?
Connection problems. I'm here. You can hear me. Hear me now.
No, it's not on my end. It's got to be his service. Ah, there you are.
Yeah,
Okay,
my
cool.
service. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
I can confirm.
Are you there?
Sure.
Yeah, that's awful service, man.
Yeah,
It's
I'll be now.
Oh, everybody's saying that they hear you in the chat, but do you guys still hear him? All right. Well, anyways, to continue explaining it, yes, John is right. In my opinion, I also agree that the Constitution is void. The Articles of Confederation is still superior, and they never actually signed the Constitution. They signed it in witness whereof, right? Whereas the Articles of Confederation, they actually signed as delegates, which means they were delegated by the people. And the reason they got rid of the Articles of Confederation is because it was impenetrable. They could not unify everything into one centralized borrowing power. Now that brings us to, well, let me get through the jurisdictions and we'll start going into how they blended them. So so we've got law is common law. Okay. So, and I want you guys to know this next time you have a traffic ticket or you have to go talk to the judge or something, you say, what jurisdiction is this? He says, well, this is such and such county or town jurisdiction or whatever, something stupid. That's a venue. Say, no, that is a venue. What jurisdiction is this? There are 5 jurisdictions in American jurisprudence. And those are common law, equity, which we see right here. Those are the only ones that I could possibly be in. because I'm not in the military, which is another jurisdiction. I'm not a ship captain, right? Or working on a ship or anything like that. So that's admiralty, right? And nobody should be managing my estate because I've never been notified of such a condition, you know, such a state of being. That's not a thing. And in truth, it's the last one. It's actually a mixture of everything but common law. So you've got law, equity, admiralty, military, and ecclesiastical, which is probate. Now, the last one is nowhere in the Constitution, either state or federal, right? Either state or federal. Nowhere in any constitution does it say anything about probate. Okay, especially not the federal. So they slipped this one in through the back door. And you're thinking, well, how could they do that? Well, this is why I'm telling you guys, and that's why it says in the description that the Magna Carta is the ultimate origin of American common law. Because they took that because the Magna Carta is where probate was entered into common law and then evolved throughout England and merged and intertwined with common law till you ended up with things like the Court of Wards and the Court of Wards and Liveries, which the Court of Wards was created after the first Set the K Act, right? So basically, I think it was King Henry, I forget which one, passed the first Set the K Act and in the 1500s. That's not the one everybody really pays attention to. I've been meaning to read it because the one that's really dastardly is the 1666 one. And it's the same thing that they've done here and that they've done in Rome and that they always do, right? So basically, prior to, I think it was King Edward Longshanks, right? Kicked the Jews. It was called the Judaismo Statutum, which is very, very hard to find on the internet, but I have found it. And he permanently expelled them under penalty of death because of their loaning practices in England, right? So fast forward all the way up to Oliver Cromwell taking over England, killing the king with the consent of Parliament. The first thing he did, even though he didn't have authority to, because he doesn't have the authority to reverse a royal decree, is he allows the Jews back in. And then right after the Jews are allowed back in, they abolished the Court of Wards, right? Or the Court of Wards and Liveries. Now, the Court of Wards and Liveries was a natural evolution of the deal made in the Magna Carta of how property was to be handed down. And we're going to take a look at that. It was how property was supposed to be handed down and dealt with and administered if the heirs were not of age, right? So as a natural evolution came up with this Court of Wards and Liveries, where you would go and sue your guardian to prove that you are of age, and then you would have a livery of your estate. Livery is the root word of delivery, right? So you'd have livery of your estate. Well, the London fires happened right after he reversed the Judaismo Statutum, and which he couldn't actually do. And then after the London fires that killed 70,000 people, they all of a sudden changed the name they abolished the Court of Wards and Liveries and just call it the Court of Wards. Now you don't have liveries, right? And now if you know what they're doing in this country, like I do, and you know it's the same playbook they've been using the entire time or trying to use, and it's basically using usufruct, right, to enslave everyone through consent by declaring them infants or minors or incapacitated in some form or fashion, and then just quietly administering their property without them being the wiser of it. It's the easiest way to enslave people, and it's the most effective because it seems to be a benevolent and philanthropic endeavor. Like you're helping them. They're not capable of taking care of themselves, so we must take care of them. That's what they're doing in this country. At any time you accept a benefit, right, from the government, that's what they're doing down in North Carolina right now. That's why they gave them that $750. It's a loan, actually, and it's a contractual obligation. If not paid back in a year, then they get to take your property, right? Well, it's the same thing with the automotive manufacturers, the electricity companies. These are all subsidized by your own estates, and your use of them marks you as an infant unless you claim otherwise, because all of this is being done for your benefit, when in fact, it's just a way for all these big corporations, the electric companies, the auto manufacturers, all these people get a piece of the big proverbial infant pie, right? Because that's what it is. So, well, we have Mojo back. Let's see if you got any better.
Well,
you there?
Right again. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, we'll try it again. I got to do a complete reboot, and I won't be able to do chat at the same time tonight.
Okay, yeah. So you're on your computer?
I'm on my phone. It's the best way I can do it right now.
Okay, that works. So, court awards and livery. So, anyways, yeah, the court awards, they changed it to the court awards, and basically, then they came out with the Set the KV Act, which says, if you don't come forth, and we don't know who's alive and who's not alive, so we're just going to presume everyone's dead, right? And you need to come forth and prove by an action, meaning by a declaration or some sort of court action, that you are alive. It says that right in the Set the KV Act 1666, prove by action that you are alive, or that you are living, rather. Don't use the word alive ever, living. And then you can claim your estate. Well, obviously, a lot of people were too ignorant to even go through the court system, stuff like that. So that's how the king got enough capital by taking control of these infant or decedent estates in order to start the Bank of England on credit. And there thus was born the very first fucking central bank in modern history, well, ever really, that we have record of. And that was the Bank of England. And it was started by the collateralization of the people in England through the very process they're using here right now to continue to fund this big ass debt machine bubble that's going on. And it's based on your slavery. But they don't call it slavery. They call it guardianship and administration, because they're actually taking care of you, because you're an infant and you can never survive on your own without the grocery stores providing you food, the indoor plumbing and utility companies providing you with necessities, and all of this subsidized by the government because you're just so helpless, right? Helpless. So, and in fact, they're not entirely wrong. Many people wouldn't know their ass from a hole in the ground, but see, they intentionally engineered society, everything they do. So let's take COVID, for instance. COVID was a huge scheme to prove that you're an infant. If you believe the government and trust in the government enough to shut down your churches and not go to church or to work or to anything, and you believe all that horseshit, right? Then you have just ironclad proved that you are an infant and that you're not capable of managing your own affairs, because you're never supposed to. That's what the government's entire goal is to replace God. And I know some of my viewers hate to hear it. I don't know what to tell you. You'll never actually understand law if you do not understand that the realm of law, the sphere of law, is the spiritual, right? And that's from a treatise. It's called a writ or a treatise on the judicial writs and processes, right? And it's a complete book, and it's fantastic. And that's one of the very first things he says in there. He says that, my property is that which is mine. I acquire that which is mine by my will, right? And our will is the way that we are made in the image of God. And he goes through and he says the sphere of the law, and it's called the book I'm talking about is not judicial writs and processes. It's a treatise on the law of American administration, which is exactly what I'm talking about right now. And he's written by an attorney. And as you read it, you can go through, why don't I open it? Let's just take a look at it, because I'm sure you guys are probably tired of me talking about stuff that I'm not bringing up. So I'll just bring it up. And then we'll take a look at the Magna Carta and maybe the Set the KV Act of 1666. Because until you guys understand what this is about, and you have an estate, so everybody knows that there's a trust, right? Oh, I'm a trust. They're treating me as a trust. The Set the KV trust. Oh, well, you cannot have a trust if there is no estate. The estate comes first. The trust is made up of property of the estate. And you can create a bunch of, you can divide a trust or an estate into many different trusts, but you cannot have one single trust without an estate. And every single one of you listening to me right now has an estate. You've just never claimed it. So they get to administer it, and that's how they get to tell you what to do with your property. So let's see. Just bear with me. I got so many treaties on here. It's Treatise on the Law of American Administration. Is that? No, legal remedies, reporting, common law pleading. I opened up a bunch of other ones and didn't think to open up this one. even though it's very, very good. In fact, when I first downloaded, I actually printed this whole book out, believe it or not. There it is. You got it. Yeah, and this book's like 800 pages. I printed the whole thing out because I don't know if you guys heard about this or not, but the other day they attacked StreamYard, took StreamYard down, and God knows what they purged off of StreamYard, right? So let me stop sharing this. We will go to... There we go. All right, so this is a treatise on the law of American administration. It is by J.G. Warner, right? It's from 1889. And this is a 2-volume book. Don't tell me I opened the second volume. No, part first? No. Yeah, I opened the wrong one. Sorry, guys. Let me open this one. It's got to be right here. There. Okay, so this is the first one. I opened the second one. I can close that one. So, get out of the comments here. Same thing, same author, all that good stuff. And these are the table of cases. Now, these old treaties are going to have, these old treatises, whatever, are going to have a shit ton of table. Like, so you can go and look at all these cases and they verify what the, I mean, these things are not made lightly. There's a lot of time and effort that goes into these. So they're the complete collection and compilation of the entire body of jurisprudence. Or there's treaties about cars, there's treaties about everything. So if you want to know everything there is to know about something, go read a treatise. So, all right, so we're a little too far here. A little too far. And they really don't want you to read this book. In fact, any of the like live book, like audiobook versions of this are all corrupted files that I've been able to find. Vocational Science of Freedom did a whole like nine video, 2 hour a piece or hour and a half piece set on this, and the only the first 2 videos play. So, but so it says right here, the acquisition of property. Now, remember, this is a treatise on the law of administration, which is what's going on right now. Every state between the 60s and 70s adopted at the behest of the Uniform Law Commission, which is an unelected tribunal of bar members who write and suggest codes for the state to adopt. And they can't make the states adopt them, but that's what they do. And then the states adopt these codes that are written by unelected lawyers, or attorneys, rather. And so the Administrative Procedures Act of 1969 in Michigan specifically is exactly when they turned everything, they converted everything over to a rule-making administrative government with no actual de jure, nothing, no vestige of actual de jure government in this entire state. Everything from the motor vehicle code to the tax, to everything is all the administration of an infant estate that they get to take a fee for, right? So it says, can you guys see that? I probably need to zoom in on that significantly. How about that? Is that good, Mojo?
Yeah, it's much better.
My property is that which is mine. That only is mine, which I acquire, hold, and dispose of by my will. It is my will which determines the acquisition of a thing by me, whether originally by reducing to possession and thus making my property that which was no one's property before, or by contract, by which a thing becomes mine through the concurrence of my will with that of its former owner. See, all of this comes back to your will. So when your estate has been probated, the equivalent of your estate having been probated is your will has been probated. So they've taken your will, your right to decide for yourself how to use or dispose of your property. It's the perfect slavery system because it's done under the guise of being beneficent, right? So basically it says here, since I cannot rightfully acquire the property of another without his consent, that is, without his free will, it is obvious that the will of the original owner is a necessary element in my ownership. and in the ownership of anyone who may lawfully acquire it after me, and remains operative until the property has lost its character as such by voluntary abandonment, which is what they presume that your parents do to you at the hospital. I've been looking up exactly how Michigan does that. By my own free will, I may abandon my property, whereupon it ceases to be such and relapses into the condition of res nullius, right? Subject to become property by the sole will of any person who acquires it. Tenure and use of property, it's lost by non-user. It says, I hold or use a thing which is mine at will. Matter is unfree. It has no will. It does not belong to itself. Neither right nor duty can be predicated of a mere thing, meaning you can't, there are no expectations, there are no responsibilities because it has no will. Any creature that has conscious free will is subject to responsibilities and duties, just in the basic course of human interaction, unless you live like a hermit, right? So, anyways, it says, matter is unfree, it has no will, it does not belong to itself, neither right nor duty can be predicated of a mere thing. Its quality is to offer resistance. It is therefore negative to my will. My will, in realizing itself, overcomes this resistance and subjects the thing to its purposes, changing its form, destroying, consuming it. Think about that, right? Well, first of all, you can see that this law scholar comes from a spiritual understanding of property. This is where the whole concept of probate is ecclesiastical. Ecclesiastical means it's a freaking church jurisdiction. It was created as a church jurisdiction. So to deny God or the aspect of government trying to become God in this specific circumstance and situation that we are in today is wholly ignorant and will get you nowhere, because it is 100% the entire source of this is the understanding of your relationship to God and the understanding of your relationship to your property, and how that ultimately comes through will that was granted to you, given to you by God, or goes unused, right? But the sphere of the law is entirely spiritual, which is what he gets into a little bit later in here, right? So while I've got this open, I want to show you guys something else I got over here.
Boils down to what you said earlier. Nobody has more claim over to your personal property than you do.
Except through presumption, which you must rebut. Now, this is where it gets tricky, and I'll open up both the Magna Carta, and I opened up a bunch of stuff. I don't know what we're even going to get to. I just want to show you guys this. This shows you about the residency. I just came across this because I was actually looking. So Michigan did this tricky thing, right? Michigan basically, they created the Probate Code of 1939 and then repealed everything to do with how they are administering our estates and piecemealed it out into other acts, and then completely eradicated that 1939 Probate Code, titles 1 through 10 from the internet, except for I did find it in one place, but it's taken me like a week now to find it, but I just found it today just before the show. So I also found this, or was looking through this. So right here, for everybody who's like, especially lawyers love to say, like, there's well, you're a United States citizen because you live in the United States and all that shit. No, the United States is foreign to your state, period. Absolutely. Right here, these are the organic acts of the territories, right? So these are the acts that were governing the territories before they were states. This one is the Northwest Territory, which is like Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, where I live, right? And I just want to point this out. So it says, and in either case shall likewise hold in his own right in fee simple 200 acres. Here I am at the top of page 7, right? Right here, 200 acres of land within the same, provided also that a freehold in 50 acres of land in the district, having been a citizen of one of the states and being a resident in the district. That was the point I wanted to bring up. A citizen is entirely different than a resident. So you may be a United States citizen, which is why you are a resident of your state. If you were a state citizen, then you would be foreign to the United States. It's just how it works. But I don't want to get too much into that because we're talking about well, that is part of jurisdiction, honestly. So what I want to do is bring up the Magna Carta, actually, which I think, let me stop sharing here. So we're going to go back to 1215 and we're going to look at this. Pretty sure I have it open. I think I have it open. Let me bring it over here.
Time travel.
Right. Now you're going to see the very first things. This is called the Great Charter of Liberty, right? So you're going to see the very first things that they're talking about are dealing with the states and inheritance, because this has been the same thing that has been going on for over 800 years. Same battle. Right. So now this is the interesting thing about this. Well, first of all, it was written in Latin. Do you know anything about the Magna Carta, Mojo? I'll let you comment on it real quick before I get into it.
I read bits and pieces of it. I don't know the history like you do by any means, because I had to come across some of it when I was doing law of the case, and it was brought up in there many points.
So the reason you can use. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Other than what you've already said about the history about the barons, bringing it forth to the kings so they can create the corporations.
Well, the reason that you can use the Magna Carta in this country is because it is the first, and honestly, other than because the only way that common law, that's why common law remains the same. You can never write it. You can only write about it, which is what this is. And that's how they deceptively, this is a perfect example of why it was an abomination to write common law down, because they slipped the Roman concept of usufruct into common law by this document, which is deception, the very deception that the ancient people were talking about in explaining why they never wrote down the law, because they were able to just subtly slide it in there and it looks like they're doing something good for the people, the common people, protecting, your common law, your natural rights and stuff. When in reality, they were setting it up to make themselves robber baron oligarchs 800 years, well, their descendants anyways. And that's exactly what happened, because this is the first time that it was laid down, that opened the door for presumptions to take the estates of, well, estate is a Roman term anyway. That's where this is really where it just mixed up. I mean, you have a house in Anglo law, but it's the same thing. So, and your estate is everything that belongs to your house, right? So that's how they blend it together. And I know I'm being a little confusing because I can see it, and explaining it is intentionally confusing until you distinctly understand the differences between the types of law. Right. So the easiest way, and what I always do, is I just go, common law is the default law, right? That's mankind in a state of nature. That's mankind operating in society in his natural state, being under no one else, with common respect for everyone else. It's the 11th commandment. You know what I mean? It's the 11th commandment, which maybe we'll go into the trial too. A lawyer, a judge actually wrote an exposition on the trial, the crucifixion, which is written from a lawyer's perspective, and it's actually very, very good. And it's a whole different way of looking at the Bible and looking at that particular significant event that literally changed time. So anyway, without digressing too much more, this entered the Roman concept of usufruct into common law here because of what William the Conqueror had set up just 100 and whatever years beforehand, where he destroyed their common law courts and created this scenario where they could take the title of the estates of the various people living there through presumptions and through, certain conditions of mind. So it says right here, it's written originally in Latin, and it's written as if it's written by King John, but it was not. It was written by the barons and then signed by King John under threat of having his head cut off, which will make a guy do some things, But the funny thing about it is, because originally you say, well, it's a contract under duress, then it doesn't. How does that count? Well, it's been confirmed by every king and every pope since John in the Confirmatio Cartarum, which I also have on here. But anyways, let's get into it. So it says, John, by the grace of God, King of England, Lord of Ireland, Duke of Normandy, and Aquitaine, Count of blah, 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 to the archbishops, bishops, abbots, earls, blah, 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 blah. Know that we, by the will of God, right? So there's that will, and because this all comes back to probate. It's all back to ecclesiastical probate. And this is what's going on here at this time. By the will of God, and for the safety of our soul and the souls of all our predecessors and our heirs, to the honor of God and the exaltation of the Holy Church. So basically, he's going to be tongue licking some anuses here for a little bit, right? And then it goes down and says, first of all, have granted to God and for us and for our heirs forever. That's called an addendum clause. Okay, that's what was in our original land patents, actually. And that's how common law stayed preserved all the way up to in through the late 1700s, early 1800s of this country. Common law was perfectly preserved. And it said that in our land patents for the original allodial titles that everyone had gotten, or, you know, landowners, because you always have your poor and you always have your miscreants, and you always, it's the same thing in all societies. But the actual regular people like you and I, people watching this channel, generally just trying to live their lives, provide for their families, you know, you actually had complete title over your property in this country. And it's in the Wisconsin Constitution even. And the equal footing doctrine states that what's good in one state, every other state is on equal footing with what one state has. So all land in this country is allodial, which comes from the old Nordic all of, I'm not even going to pretend it, but basically means blood oath or all oath, where they used to literally cut their hand and mix their blood with the soil and vow to take care of that land and to be a good steward of that land and to make it prosper. That's what the common law livery of season essentially is and was. So anyways, this is a addendum clause. It's for us and for our heirs forever, have confirmed by this our present charter that the English church. So notice this, before they actually could create and cement this common law in legislation, they had to make their independent church, because this all goes to the very first lawyers were the priests of every society, because the law is in its nature a subject of morality and spirituality, right? What are you going to align yourself with as the highest moral good if you're an atheist? What is your government? Is that your highest moral good? How do you know what's right? Where's your compass?
I've talked to some of those atheists, and I think that's it. They think the government is going to take care of them.
Oh, we got Sovereign Soul in the house. What's going on?
Say, well, shit. See, I was waiting, and then you brought me on right after I got done taking a great big bong hit. Now I can't talk.
It's perfect timing. I did that on purpose. No, yeah, that's
it's harvest time. Hey.
We were just everybody's saying hi to. We were just talking about how anybody who ignores the spiritual implications, and it applies to flat earth also, the spiritual aspect of this topic of law is never going to be able to understand it. So many people are going to get pissed off about it, but it should make you take a look at yourself, because you're not going to change me and you're not going to change this channel. And I know what I'm talking about. I don't believe what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. I know it. I know it for a fact. I can trace it all throughout the last fucking 1,000 years, and it's all the same thing. It's the same tried and true. So like the burning of, about the London fires, a lot of stuff happened in 1666, didn't it? You had, what was that?
Yeah.
Zabbatai, what was his name?
Zabbatai Zevi.
Yeah, Zabbatai. So the Zabbatian Judaism came out that year. The London Fire, or not? No, was it? Yeah, it was the same year. London Fire, 1666. Set the KV Act, 1666. Well, what do you know about Emperor?
Theory of gravity.
Was that 1666?
Yeah. Was in the same era as Copernicus and Galileo and all them.
Well, how can people not see that this is a direct all-out assault? Like at the same time, according to certain numerological understandings, like that's because what they've done in this country is the same thing they did in London during the Set the KV Act, which allowed them to create the Bank of England, because that's what capitalism is. Everybody's like, oh, well, you don't like capitalism? Are you a communist? No, I'm not. Do you love slavery? Because that you're the capital. Capital means head. Kaput means head. Head of stock is capitalism. You are the capital stock for your government and for various corporations to borrow against and do business. You are the capital stock. We're supposed to be free market.
Kaput in German means broke. It means destroyed, broken. In need of repair.
I can see that, but the kaput I'm talking about is Italian, which is basically Latin.
Das ist kaput.
But that makes sense also. And so you're the capital stock. We're supposed to be a free market. We're not supposed to be capitalist. Okay. Free market is totally different than capitalism. Capitalism.
Brad and Tasha right on it, right there. It says Jesus was not a Jew, nor was he king of the Jews. The Jews are Edomites of Esau, not of the tribe of Judah.
And listen, stealing the birthright is exactly what's happening here in this country right now. That's why they're letting all these foreigners that listen, I'm telling you, that's exactly right. That's what's happening right now is the stealing of our birthright. Period.
Yeah.
And we're going to get into that because that's kind of like a touchy YouTube subject for sure, but it's what's happening. And it's, there's this, let's get through a little bit of this. Have you ever actually read through the Magna Carta before?
Oh man, years and years and years ago, we had to in school.
See, that's the type of stuff I'm talking about because it is the foundation of both English and American common law. American common law is English common law amended to the circumstance of not having a king. So everyone is equal sovereign peerage. There's just no one sovereign higher than the rest of us like they have in England. But that was pretty much the understanding they had with the king, which is why the king had limits and restrictions put on him. And then King William and Mary actually agreed to be under the law of Parliament, which is probably just a big dog and pony show anyway. But the whole point is the barons were all related to the king anyways. All those barons are not, we're not talking about your common farmers and peasants and stuff on the barons' lands or even their knights. Well, some of them, probably a lot of them are related, but we're talking about the barons who are peerage. So when they say jury of your peers, like you're entitled to a trial, but that peerage does not mean equal. Peerage means of sovereignty, of royal blood, of sovereignty. And what happened with us here in this country is we became a nation of sovereigns. And immediately, I shit you not, within a decade of that happening, they began trying to undo it. Immediately. Absolutely immediately, which is why I'm saying I think the Magna Carta, I think that the Roman conclave happened intentionally. I think this was a deal between the barons and Rome. And I think that they wanted them. That's why they've all confirmed it. So if the Pope said that this was coercion, then why did the next Pope confirm it? And every single Pope after that confirm it? Because this was the intention. This infected common law with the idea of usufruct, which is where one person holds a superior title than another person in the same property. And therefore that person can thereby control what's done with that property that the other person is using. It's the most brilliant, ingenious form of slavery. I'm not going to overtly enslave you. I'm going to enslave your property. And then when you try to use it, I'm going to control how you can use it. That's what's going on. They don't actually, even to a greater degree now with drug laws and stuff like that, you better not abuse that property of the estate in case the heir comes and claims it. It's my body, dude. Yeah, but you've never claimed it. So we're administering it and we're going to tell you how to use it.
Look at how they twist that around to use civil asset forfeiture laws.
Exactly. No.
Fucked up shit there.
In here is civil asset forfeiture. It's not called civil asset forfeiture, but they created a protection against it because that is the exact thing that was going on in this time right here, 1215. That's what the king's the king's men were doing. We're coming by and just, we need this right now. And you know what I mean? We're just going to take it. Yeah.
That movie Shenandoah that came, he says, we need horses for the cavalry. And he says, so we're here to confiscate your horses. And the kid goes, Paul, what's confiscate mean? He says, steal.
Yeah.
No, exactly. And when they make stuff like that in movies, they're laughing at you, because there is in no way that the government ever has had the right in this country to do something like that. You shoot them.
Yeah.
You just shoot them. Shoot them.
Yeah.
I say, you're going to take my horses. No, that's your war. That's your bullshit. You go deal with that. I'm living on my land with my family, and I'm going to shoot you if you don't leave. So,
well, think about this coming down to actually confiscate you through conscription, a draft, right?
Yeah.
This was that's a really poignant thing. It was really interesting when they were going this last big push of gun grab bills. They were talking about wanting to raise the age to be able to buy a firearm to 21. And I'd like to see, and I wasn't the only one posing the question out there. Well, if you're going to raise that age to 21, are you willing to raise the draft age to 21?
No.
Oh, no, they won't do that. Fuck no.
And the age of majority is literally the limit given in the probate code, right? For you to reclaim, even though there is no, you can still reclaim your estate at any point in time. But 21 is the year that it's called the age of majority, because they presume it's the year that it makes your citizenship with the United States permanent. Also, another point on the 60s, the reason they did that was a big beta test. That was a big litmus test, right? To see if they could get away with it, because the 60s was the same time they started rolling out the UCC, the Administrative Procedures Acts, and all that, where they took full control over all of the estates. Because you have some weird stuff with birth certificates before the 1960s. You've got like the first name, the first name being all capital, the last name being lowercase, which would indicate that the rest of the family, because the surname indicates the family, that the rest of the family was not under the citizenship or the indenture, but that particular person of the family was. So his name's written in all capital, which is a diminutio maximus, right? Which means maximum diminishment of status, meaning he's indentured. But the last name's not, because they couldn't. That means there must have been people still alive in that family that were not indentured, so they couldn't indenture the last name. Right, you have weird stuff, but in the 60s, that was their push to just make it just standard all across. Well, let's see if we can send all their kids to go die in a for-profit war.
Let me ask Scotty out here. What you know about Shenandoah shenanigans, boy? What you know about Shenandoah shenanigans? Go ahead. You see where he said that, Shenandoah shenanigans?
I see that, yeah.
That movie, if you've never seen it, with Jimmy Stewart, it came out in 1965. It's color. Great movie, man. You got to see it. If you've never seen Shenandoah, it's really good.
Do you want to know one of the dumbest statements? It's in that song. Well, it's in that movie, whatever movie they took it from, but it plays in my head when I think about the draft of Vietnam. And it says, any father would give his only begotten son for democracy. That is the dumbest fucking statement on the planet.
I know, right? And this is the thing. That's what I say. Patriotism is a form of Stockholm syndrome. Because let's face it, the majority of the people in this country did not believe that there should be U.S. involvement in Southeast Asia. It's their war. But McNamara and the rest of them were pushing this domino effect of communism. If this country falls, then the next one next to it falls, and the next to the next to it falls, and everything else like that.
And their brilliance is the fact that they were instituting communism in this country by doing it.
Yeah. Well, and this is the whole thing. So they had to draft people. They had to, because they had to conscript people, because it was very, very unpopular.
They had no lawful right to do it.
No. Well, no, it wasn't a war. It wasn't even a war. It was
First of all, there shouldn't have been, nor should there ever be, a United States military unless Congress calls for war. You know what I mean? Actually decides to go to war, and then each of the states conscript their own military, and then turn that military over to control of the federal government. Then you have a military that's under the United States, but there should never be a standing United States military. It's not a fucking thing. at all.
No.
No.
No, and well, that's the whole thing. This is why I say we've been under a one world government, and this military wing that we call the United States military has been the. I mean, we're like the rest of the world looks at us like how you would see Darth Vader and the stormtroopers enforcing their will all around the galaxy.
That is what is happening. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
We
peace.
don't see that. We think because we're going, look, we're dropping sunshine and flowers and daisies on these people. We're
spreading
them
freedom and democracy. Yeah.
We're giving them democracy and freedom by blowing them up, you know? So,
well, they're antithetical terms when put together. How can you give somebody freedom and democracy simultaneously? You cannot, because democracy is mob rule. The majority rules the minority, which is why we were never set up that way. So this brings me to a point before I get in here, and this is a big thing that I've been sitting here trying to think, like, how can I get people to understand? Because to me now, it's simple to me now. I see it so perfectly of what they're doing, but it obviously was not. You just go watch my old streams and you can see the development of me learning this stuff and trying to figure out exactly what they're doing. And the biggest thing is like, so when Andrew Johnson vetoed the 14th Amendment, he said that the people so basically it's the lawful right, tantamount lawful right of the people to choose the law under which they are to live. We don't choose that by our Constitution, and we didn't even choose that by any founding document. We choose the law by the common law courts of record, and those courts are not Supreme Courts. They're your county courts. And you take in the common law court of record is the highest court in the land. It's actually superior. If it comes between the Supreme Court and a court of record, it's the superior court to the Supreme Court. But to all other courts, it is the equivalent binding power of the Supreme Court. And that court, the court of record, is run by you, because you're supposed to know the fucking law. The fact that you don't know the law is why you're a slave. That's it. It's that simple. All this stuff is kept in the county, right? And it's a matter of public record, and that's the law. They don't write or legislate common law. This is the only instance of writing down and legislating common law. That's why it applies in this country. That's why you can go to court and you can use the Magna Carta. They're going to be like, well, it's English. And then they know better, but they don't think you know better. And you say, no, this is the foundation of American common law. This is the only time common law has ever been written down. And our law is common law. Article 3, Section 2. When it says law and equity, law is common law. Equity, which you're now trying to drag me into, is the enforcement of agreements. Show me the fucking agreement. Where's the agreement at? Where's it at? No agreement? Okay, then I move for this case to be dismissed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's it. You have to be able to explain, because if they sense any bit of weakness or misunderstanding in you, they're going to capitalize on it. It's all they need, because then they're going to figure you're never going to know how to get yourself out of it, which is why every problem and what we are shifting our focus on this channel to start teaching is every problem needs to be handled preemptively. Meaning you need to already have your claims and records, just like our ancestors would have done if this shit was going on back before there was even a Michigan. Because by the time Michigan was made, everyone was so fucking stupid. They were agreeing to laws of not working on the Sabbath. What? Hold on. Who the fuck are you to tell me how to run my business, dude? You work for me. I don't work for you. You are my business also. You don't get to fucking tell me nothing. Get out of here.
That's something that kind of blew my mind in the that series, and it pisses me off because they canceled it before, and there's not going to be a season 3. And it was crazy because at the last episode of the second season, Jack Parsons is just being introduced to L. Ron Hubbard. And I'm like, oh man, then I found out they're not going to have 3. But the thing is they were trying to shut this dude down in his house. He had this house and he was having that Crowley cult in his house.
They're called Dolomite.
Right. Yeah. And and they were trying to bust him on, there was all these different indecency laws and shit that they had.
He had powerful people,
including, letting Negroes stay in the house with them and stuff too. And this is in Los Angeles. This is in Los Angeles back in the like 30s. But when I was watching this and what was going on, I was like, oh my God, those are 1930s versions of a Diddy party. That's what they were doing there. The same thing.
Let me tell you, that's exactly why do you think Jay-Z goes around wearing a shirt that says do what thou wilt? They're all Thelemites.
Yep. That's exactly what they're doing, Mike. So
I'm glad you bring that up because it's a little off topic to what I was explaining with the Magna Carta, but it's what I have explained on that. That's why they like equity. Common law is severe and common law is inflexible. That's why it remained the same from the drafting of and signing of this document right here in 1215. It stayed the same all the way to the original territorial constitutions, and the original state constitutions have literally word for word the same exact sentences in them as this does. Stayed unchanged. Jurisprudence for what, 600 years, 500 years, 500 something years, stayed exactly because it's inflexible. It only deals with what is and what has happened. There is no pre-crime concept in common law. There is no telling you how to do something before you do it or stopping you from doing something before you do it. But equity, and you'll read a lot of old common law a lot of lawyers that were under common law, but were trying to, like when they're writing treaties on common law, they're like, yeah, it's inflexible and it has a lot of deficiencies. No, you have deficiencies. If you have a problem with it, then the way you're running things is not proper. If you need to create some other new law to fix deficiencies in the law, the thing you admit in the Constitution is the law, right? So they say equity allows injunctions. An injunction is to stop somebody from doing something before they do it. That's what gag orders are. Gag orders are injunctions. That type of stuff can never, ever, ever happen in common law because common law only deals with what has happened. Does it create liability? Yes, of course it does. Freedom can be scary sometimes. Do you want to be free or a slave? That's the whole question, right? So you can be like, hey, I want him to stop smoking around my house because it's going to burn my house down. Has he burned your house down? Well, no. Okay, then. Well, we're not going to tell him what to do. Like, that's not, get him off your property then. You want him off your property, get off his property, right? We can do that. That's trespassing. But you want him to stop smoking? You want him to control what he's doing with his own body? No, we don't do that. Common law doesn't happen, right? Equity, though, is a file an injunction. You show an equitable relationship. This guy he works at my house as a servant or whatever, and I told him to stop smoking, and he keeps smoking. Obviously the solution would be fire him or whatever, but we're just being hypothetical here. You could take and get an equity injunction based on your equitable relationship, based on the contract. And that's why I'm trying to explain to you guys all of these other jurisdictions, the other four, and really most lawyers will only tell you there's three, even though I can show you a treatise right now where it says probate is taken on its own jurisdiction. Well, that's the very point of how they slid probate in here in the first place, because probate was a part of English common law because of this fucking document right here. But they didn't say anything about it in the Constitution or Articles of Confederation or any of it. They kept silent about it because they knew that's what they were going to use to take you over under presumption. And that is what Thomas Jefferson meant, that the judiciary will work like gravity by night and by day. And I know gravity, right? But by night and by day to usurp the sovereignty of the states. He was talking about the fucking probate that was never, ever, it just comes in as part of common law. It just came in as part of common law. That's why Michigan was able to create a probate code before they even became a state, or not a code, a probate court before they even became a state. And probate deals with your property and who controls it, right? So the Rothschilds, for instance, when they created laws, when Mayor Amschel Rothschild, right, died, and he created laws by which his family was to deal with the property. He said that the firstborn son will be the head unless a vote amongst the other family members changes that, right? And you are never, ever, ever to let basically the disposal of the property go to court. You always settle it in-house. They knew damn well to keep their property out of probate. They know what it is. They're a part of it. And this is, you do not ever, ever allow any question of our property to go to court, ever, because it's probate.
Mhm.
And this is what they have tried and true been using consistently all throughout history, all the way back to Emperor Nero in the 12 tables. They burned Rome to the ground, and then Nero creates a law called the 12 tables that says the same thing. Hey, we're going to presume you're dead because of that, the whole fire we just had, and you're going to have to come forth and prove that you're living. Otherwise, we're just going to presume you're dead and your property is controlled by the emperor. How do you like that?
Go back and look over your comments a minute. I got some people trying to interact, I think, too. Yeah, and that reminds me, give me a call tomorrow. I want to talk to you about some shit regarding that, about probate and all that kind of shit, because I got some funny shit I wanted to tell you about it.
Okay.
Not that I want to tell you about it on here right now, but yeah, once we get it straightened, it's going to be funny as shit.
Okay, so what Brad and Tasha says if the federal government destroys our country through invasion financially or through world war, which they're doing now, none of this will matter. Well, that's right, because we are the only country that has ever existed in the history of the world where the average person is not only a peer, but also has absolute title to their property. That's why they want to destroy it so bad. That's why I keep trying to explain to people. Furthermore, what they're doing with the immigrants right now, right? They get bonds for these immigrants. They get to generate bonds off these immigrants that actually pay out the interest on them, whether or not the action is reversed. So the people investing in these bonds get paid. It's literally guaranteed. Doesn't matter what happens with the bond. If the bond's found to be, a bad bond, it's not valid, whatever, it doesn't matter. You still get paid. That's how they have this set up right now. No bullshit. I was looking into that last night, right? Every immigrant that comes in here is a cash cow for the very people who are generating securities off the mortgage of your estates, right? So all of our currency is debt. You'll never understand law if you do not understand finance, and there is no money in this country.
Mm-mm.
Not a single bit. There's the Credit River decision, the Jerome Daly case, right, from the 60s. Basically, let's see, I actually think I have that. Well, let's stick with this for a second. We'll get into the Jerome Daly case and stuff. There's so many aspects to this, but
all your money is actually debt.
yeah, you have no money. So there's no lawful consideration for a contract. Not one contract you've ever entered into with anybody in this country is actually lawfully binding because there's no money.
Yeah, right. Question, these guys, they have billions of dollars. Are they billions of dollars in debt?
Yes. So, but they...
Not really more wealthy than we are, kind of more hurting than we are.
No. So you're looking at it wrong. When you're holding the debt, you're the creditor.
I got you.
Because it's a double ledger bookkeeping system created by the Medicis and used also by Al Capone. It's basically shifting a balance from one side of the ledger to the other, because debt and credit are actually the same thing. And the only difference is which side of the ledger you're on.
Right.
So it's actually just a bunch of imagination and belief that's going on right now. You know what I mean? But based on what they believe to be a lawfully binding agreement. So you'll notice this right as soon as we get into this. So he says that they're confirming elections, blah, 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 this and that, right? Heirs. So here's it is. We have also granted to all free men of our realm on the part of ourselves and our heirs forever. So the king is talking. So when the king writes anything, he writes in the as if it's plural. Instead of mine, he says ours. He says we. So anytime you see we or ours or us, he's talking about the king. The king's talking about himself. And that's how they wrote, because he's holding an office that represents, plurality instead of just being an individual, so he's in control of the decisions of a group. I can only speculate, but that's what he's talking about.
Talking about his house.
Well, or that, right? So But he says, we have also granted to all free men of our realm, on the part of ourselves and our heirs forever, that addendum clause again, all the subjoined liberties to have and to hold to them and to their heirs from us and from our heirs. See, this is all about inheritance. And this is the Great Charter of Liberty. This whole document, that's all it's about. That's why you have to know that's what's going on right now. If any one of our earls or barons or of others holding from us in chief through military service, which is like a knight's fee, whatever, shall die, and if at the time of his death his heir be of full age and owe a relief, he shall have his inheritance by paying the old relief, the heir, namely, or heirs of an earl, by paying 100 pounds for the whole barony of an earl, the heir or heirs of a baron by paying 100 pounds for the whole barony, the heir or heirs of a knight by paying 100 shillings at most for a whole knight's fee. So fee, that's what feudal means. And so these people hold this land under a duty or a service. And that's what it means by paying a fee, right? But then there's a whole set of, that's what they've returned our nation into, from allodial to a feudal system, where now your county is the baron and charges you a property tax every fucking year. Now your county is your baron, right? But notice that the very second after the introduction and like, oh, this is what this is about, number one, the very first thing they start going into inheritance and what will happen after someone dies, because this is what was going on. The same thing that's going on today is the same thing that was going on back then with the fucking Roman civil law and the idea of usufruct. Same thing. Look at this. And the whole document, that's all it's about. Look, this is how old this is. But if the heir of any of the above persons shall be underage and in wardship, this is how they entered this whole usufruct system into common law. Now people just take that for granted, like that was just supposed to be in common law. And when he comes of age, he shall have his inheritance without relief and without fine, which is actually fee, but no, it is fine, actually. But the thing about that is exactly why you are entitled to reclaim your estate and not be charged. And you have to really understand this and comprehend it and be able to explain it to do this. But this is why. So you are in wardship right now. When you learn how to get out of wardship, right, and you submit your documents to the county recorder, or register of deeds as it's called now, right? There should be no registration in this, but anyways, register of deeds, it should be without relief and without fee, or without fine, right? And a relief is something you give to the sovereign in Old English law for a service, basically. It's called a relief. The administrator, there's that word administrator, right? The administration, the administrator of the land of such heir, who shall be underage, shall take none but reasonable issues from the land of the heir, which is what these judges and attorneys are doing. Okay, they're administrating your estate and they're taking reasonable issues from the estate. Well, their idea of reasonable is 33% of whatever issues are generated, meaning securities, what you would call money, but is not actually money. It's the same thing that they're doing, right? So, and reasonable customs and services without destruction and waste of men or goods. This is why we have so many prisons in this country, but they're nice prisons compared to like Russia or China or anywhere else, because they're administering your estate and they have to take care of the property. It shall be without destruction of waste of men or goods. And if we shall have committed the custody of any such land to the sheriff or to any other man who ought to be responsible to us for the issues of it, and he caused destruction or waste to what is in his charge, this is all trust terms, right? Charge, that's trust term. We will fine him, and the land shall be handed over to 2 lawful and discreet men of that fee. That's the judge and the attorney, the district attorney. Those are the 2 discreet lawful men of that fee, right? Who shall answer to us or to him to whom we shall have referred them regarding those issues. And if we shall have given or sold to any one the custody of any such land, and he shall have caused destruction or waste to it, he shall lose that custody, and it shall be given to two lawful and discreet men of that fee. That's why you have the district attorney and the judge. This is what's going on, same thing. So the administrator, moreover, this entire, everything they're doing right now is from the Magna Carta. Every single fucking thing. I've read this thing several times now, and every single thing they're doing right now is enabled by this. What John says in the chat, John Best, what he says in the chat is 100%. Like, common law is not written, it's just the law. Everyone knows the law. It's the custom and usage of the people. It's what's right, right? And it does not need to be written down. Do you know that sleeping with somebody's wife is wrong? Well, yeah, of course you do. Okay, so if you do it, do you know you broke the law? Well, yeah, of course you do, right? Is killing somebody wrong? It depends on the circumstances, but yeah, generally, if it's unsolicited, sure, right? And okay, so you know you're wrong, right? Okay, doesn't need to be written down. This right here, this created their system of common law usufruct. Even though such a thing should not exist, this is what's going on right here. Right here, right? That's it, right? So it says, the administrator, moreover, so long as he may have the custody of the land, shall keep in order from the issues of that land, parks, warrens, lakes, mills, and other things pertaining to it, and he shall restore to the heir when he comes of full age, and his whole land stocked with plows and wainages, right? Which is it's basically what happens throughout the course of the month between moons, whatever the land produces, it's a wainage, according as the time of the wainage requires and the issues of the land will reasonably permit. So this is what's supposed to, this, according to what they're using to enslave us, when you reclaim your estate, that's why part of the contract that I'm currently writing right now is you ask them for a full accounting of the estate, because they're supposed to pay you out of what they have made from the land they've been administering, right? They're never going to, and they're never even going to do the accounting, and that's why you add an arbitration clause. Because arbitration, everybody, it's already worked. I showed it on my last show. What do you think of this stuff, Dad? I'll be right back.
Really interesting, man. Really interesting. I'm like over here trying to like take notes and shit.
Really?
Yeah, I was taking some notes on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, expound for a second. I'll be right back.
Wow. What's going on, Mojo?
Hey, hanging in there, brother Dave. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, bro. I was went over and made some hash with my cousin yesterday evening.
Okay, and not the corned beef type, I'm sure.
No. The shit is like really blonde too, man. Really blonde. Looks really good. Huh?
Blondes have more fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%, 100%. Yeah, yeah, I was just watching a thing. I was just thinking about that, like even with contracts and with land and shit. And there was this interesting thing. I was watching this movie before I came on here, and it was like 1920s in where was it? North Dakota, I think. Anyway, this guy, he was like they couldn't find this family. And there was this guy that did work for him, and he was there, like living at the house and on the land and shit. And he had a contract, and it was a handwritten contract, supposedly from the landowner. They said they had left him in charge of the place to run it and shit. And they couldn't find any trace of these people leaving or anything. They didn't take any clothes with them or anything. And here they are in the early 1900s, and this is from a true story, trying to validate whether or not this contract was real or not, you know, whether it was actually written by the guy that was missing or not. And they had to go into it. And yeah, it was really, so what was the outcome? All over the land, just over the land.
What was the outcome of that?
That they found out that he had killed, he had killed the people, and they tied him by the neck to a bridge, and the sheriff's wife pushed him off the edge of the bridge and hanged him. And,
good old common law justice. I love it.
Yeah, everybody was wearing masks though, so nobody got in trouble. The sheriff knew who it was, but he wasn't about to indict the whole entire town.
Well, see, that's the thing. If the town came together under common law and the guy was, they should, that you could hold a court in a public square. That's
Well,
the
that
whole
was
thing.
just it. They hadn't even had a court.
Well, that's unlawful.
Yeah,
but
they
at
were
the
just
same
wanting
time,
they were wanting to go in vigilante justice right away, without a
You're in
trial.
jail.
But then he ended up he confessed it to the sheriff.
well, if you confessed to the sheriff, then there is no trial and just execution.
Right.
Good to go. So there, and that it's interesting you bring that up because that's the point of the seal. Okay.
The seal.
The seal authenticates whatever you're submitting, right? That's why each house has to have its seal. When you submit your documents, before you submit a document, you create a house seal. And the document, and look, it's in Bouvier's dictionary. I've been doing some research on seals, and listen, the Egyptians used house seals, right? The Greeks used house seals. Every civil society throughout history has used seals all the way up to the late 1800s when the attorneys started taking it out of usage. This is an ancient understanding and way of doing business, right? Is using a seal. And in Bouvier's, which I don't want to, because this is a different window, but you know what? Actually, here, let's see. We'll do this.
The seal, because our they try to claim our state as being all caps on the seal, though I see that a lot of people use all caps on the seal. Should it really be in all caps there?
No, they don't use all caps. Well, it depends. So what you're going to get mostly nowadays when you look at seals, corporate seals, right? But corporate seals are created under the laws of a state, or are supposed to be. They're all under the United States right now. So it's not like a true sovereign seal. Your house seal is a sovereign seal. So you can pretty much write it however you want, because capital letters are symbolic, but me personally, I probably would not, but you can, it's not going to make any difference. See, the beautiful thing about the situation we're in now is the attorneys have stopped teaching themselves common law because they're so cocksure that they're going to be able to just make everybody forget about it. I want people to really take this to heart and understand that they can never get rid of common law, because the common law is the default law. It's mankind in a state of nature. Okay, that's it. Well, it's natural law is mankind in a state of nature, and then applied to society becomes common law. That's why it was never written. And it's in our Constitution as the default law under Article 3, Section 2, right? Where it's distinguished from equity and thereby distinguished from any other jurisdiction as well. And they're always named in all court cases and statutes as different jurisdictions from law. So common law is the only law. It's default. The only way that you end up in another jurisdiction is by contract. That's it. And that's how you challenge jurisdiction. You go into the court and say, yeah, no, I'm here by special appearance to challenge jurisdiction, because that's literally what special appearance means in Bouvier's Law Dictionary. It means you're there to challenge jurisdiction, your special appearance. I'm here by special appearance, right? Because this is the realm of the dead and I'm living, so I have, come down into the realm of dead to challenge your stupid jurisdiction, right? So here I am. And what jurisdiction is this? Oh, well, this is Oakland County jurisdiction. That's not a jurisdiction. That's a venue, right? You're a judge. I presume you know this, right? You should anyway. If not, we really need to call into question how you're a judge, right? So what jurisdiction is this? And then like how Mojo in his original arraignment, he's like, well, what jurisdiction do you think, Harry? He said, what do you know about jurisdiction? It's simple. There's 5 jurisdictions. Well, you'll tell me as an attorney there's 4, right? But there's really 5, because you guys snuck the last one in there because it was a part of English common law via the Magna Carta. But it goes common law as default. Equity is the enforcement of agreements and contracts, right? Maritime admiralty deals with shipping and international trade, stuff like that. Military is martial law. It's military. It's not martial law, because martial law is when they impose military law on the civilians, but it's what do they call it? Court martial, right? That's military. And then you have ecclesiastical, probate, which you've slid in here, right? So the only way I can not be in common law, right, is if you're enforcing an agreement I have with somebody, if I'm a ship owner, if I'm in the military, or if you are administering my estate, which is executor descent tort, which is a crime. So, what jurisdiction is this? You know, Dad, go ahead and say that, like how I just said it, and I guarantee you there'll be people who'll be like, "Well, it'll probably run out of the fucking courtroom." I don't know, because
Mojo, I think, yeah, Mojo's been dealing with that here. With
well,
his,
Mojo was more concerned with Flattoberfest than doing some things that I wanted him to do, but
uh-oh.
That it needed to do, yes. I'm sorry.
yeah. So the judges figured out that he doesn't actually know, and that he was copy and pasting what he was supposed to actually be writing out and understanding.
Uh-oh.
And they literally told him he was pretending.
Yeah. And he railroaded right over and denied my motions, even though I had valid motions. And when he kept going forward, and then he said, DA, call your first witness, brought the cop in. And I said, like you said, are you here in your own volition? And he said, yes.
That right there, though, the fact that you continued to entertain it, that's what they have jurisdiction.
He was dismissing all the motions and everything, and he just kept just.
That's when you say this is a court of record.
I called him out. I called him out in dishonor several times, actually.
But the biggest problem is that
my superior court overrides your inferior court, and you've been found to be in dishonor. You have no authority, and you just
listen. I appreciate. Listen, I'm not trying to degrade you or anything like that. I appreciate what you did and the fact that you cost them more money than they'd ever make on a traffic ticket. But here's the thing, is you did not know what you are actually doing because you're not actually studying the paperwork. And you were just like, oh, I can copy, paste, change a couple things. And then so what you were saying in the court did not match what was on your paperwork. The paperwork is why they paused for adjournment, because the paperwork expresses an understanding of exactly what they're doing. But then when you came in and what you were saying was contradictory to what's in your paperwork and the fact that you were actually submitting to them, because he asked you for an adjournment. That's your fucking court.
Right.
You turned that court into a court of record by filing an at-law case. He cannot deny a motion, and that's what you need to say. The motion denied. You don't have any right to have any kind of tribunal authority here because you're a magistrate, and that's separate from the tribunal in a court of record. I'm the sovereignty here. And do you want a trial by jury? You have to recuse yourself. You know what I mean? From your own case.
I said most of that to him, except the last part. I do trial by jury and stuff. I should maybe push that.
And then you record it, and then now you can take him to arbitration if you have the original liability notice set out. And that's the whole thing.
That's the whole thing about letting me record this time. He was adamant not to do it. And he tried to say it was law, and I said it's not a law, it's a statute. And he went away and came back and goes, oh, you're right, it's not a law, but it's my courtroom, and you're not going to record.
Here, check this out. This is what I want to show you guys real quick. Hold on, as soon as I got to go back, forward. Does it? No? Hold on. I got to get this this PDF here because I'm going to show you this stuff works so people understand this, and I have record of it working on the Secretary of State website of Colorado, right? So I just got to remember how to bring it back up because it doesn't refresh. I remember his name though, so we can do that. We'll do this. That's how I did it last time. So I have to get off the actual .us. No, we want to get rid of the rest of them. Bear with me. I'm going to show you guys. This is on the Secretary of State website. So this. How the hell did I open up the search for business or intelligence center business data, no programs, no Republic. Yeah, UCC. Okay. Search debtor name. Okay, here, I'm going to bring this up for you guys so you can see this. Okay, so Colorado, you guys can see this website. Colorado Secretary of State Gina Griswold, right, is their Secretary of State. This wretched fucking Democrat looking bitch over here. And then you do this. Daniel, whoops, or no, it's not an organization. It's down here. He's an individual. So it's Wazel. He's a judge. And I'll show you guys he's a judge too. Daniel, middle, A, and search. Boom, comes right up, right here. Oh, wait, what? They took his shit off here? Oh, that's why. I spelled his name wrong. My bad. Daniel A. Or no. Fuck that all up too. Operator error. Okay. Walzel. W-A-L-Z-L. Daniel. And A. Search. All right, he comes right up. Boom. Right? From March 21st, 2022, we're going to go to the record. Click here. Well, yeah, sure. Let's open the document in a separate window. I already have this saved on my computer anyways. I just wanted to go through the Secretary of State so you guys know that it's actually valid on the record right now. This is happening, right? This guy has, and while that loads, so before we even go and show you that, let's just look up Daniel A. Walzel, whatever kind of stupid last name that is, right? So look, Alamosa County Court, Colorado, right? Judicial Performance Review 2022, right? Still a judge, right? Honorable Judge Daniel A. Wazel, right? Colorado Judicial Branch, etc., etc. Okay, we're going to go back to this. Look at this. Debtor, Wazel, Daniel, Austin, right? Mountain View Place, his address, right? Here's the secured party because he won an award in arbitration for exactly what I'm telling you. He told this guy for what Mojo just went through. This guy went through the same thing with this judge, and the judge didn't listen. And so he took him through administrative process, defaulted him, and then took that paperwork to an arbitrator, which they're all private, but they're authorized under Title IX, and everyone is subject to them. Everyone, right? And especially the states and these administrators, because their purse strings are separate from the state. They're all private for-profit businesses with a Dun & Bradstreet number. They don't want people to know that, but there is no 11th Amendment immunity for these people, as this proves right here. So we'll zoom in nice and close for you guys. As per the Colorado Revised Statutes 13-52-102, all goods, chattels, lands, tenements, and real estate of the four debtors, because it wasn't just the judge, it was the judge, it was the clerk, it was the district attorney, and it was the cop. So all of their property of those four people, right? All goods, chattels, lands, tenements, and real estate of the four debtors are brought forth as liened security as per UCC 9-609A1. See public record document, whatever, right? San Miguel County, Montrose County, Gunnison County, the collateral is related in part to real estate as per Colorado Revised Statutes 13-52-102. Debtors owe $6,898,000 as per the unchallenged negotiable debt instrument. This is called using their own system against them when you know what they're doing. What they are doing is administering your estate. If you come forth as the executor and you have it on the record that you're the sole lawful heir and the executor, and you have a binding contract, right? A contract enforceable under binding arbitration on the public record that you serve them with, as soon as the case starts, as soon as they try to give you the ticket or whatever, as soon as you go, okay, write me the ticket, boom, rescind your signature from the ticket if you have to sign it, right? and make sure you sign it without prejudice. Send that back to the whatever municipality it is, and then mail them or serve them, preferably. But if you do mail them, certified or registered, but serve them with your contract. And then if they proceed and not listen to you, then you default them and you do this and you take everything they own, every single thing they own. Look, he has power of attorney over these people, right? Wagner, Walsall,
look at this shit that they're doing though with this way they got that set up where when they declare an area a natural disaster, it automatically falls under eminent domain. And then they only have to pay what the land was worth 5 years ago.
Right, but that only applies to United States citizens. They can do whatever they want.
They're going to get all those people that from these storms and these fires out in Wyoming as well. You watch.
But see, here's what I'm saying though: if those people knew this and had this already on the, which of course, like I get it, this is groundbreaking in my opinion, and I'm surprised more people haven't picked up on it, because this is how you do it. This is how we win without having to fucking destroy everything. And if they had their stuff on the record already, right, then as soon as FEMA starts to try to come in and do that shit, or whoever starts to try to come in and do that shit, then you serve them with the contract. Be like, hey, cool, you want to take my property? It's going to cost you everything you own. So we can do that if you want. It's worth it for me. It's only an $80,000 house. And I'd be happy to trade that for 6, 10 million, whatever you guys got. Let's do it. You see, because this 6 million, I'm fairly certain, is the combined value of all 4 of their estates. Because what the contract actually says is 600 million. The contract actually says 600 million. They only have a fraction of that combined. They got 1% of that combined, 1 and 0.2% or something, 1.1, not even of that combined. But that's what he has. Debtors owe that because you are forfeiting the entire value of all of your assets. That's in the contract. This is no game. We're not playing games with these people. We're not playing games with them. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to take everything you have. Listen, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm in the middle of drafting my shit. I'll show you guys what I have so far if you want. Let me see. Stop sharing this because it's going to come up in Word. Documents.
Yeah, that really pisses me off. I invested time to watch 2 seasons of that show. 2 seasons of it, and then they canceled it. Man, right when it was starting to really kick in, because it got the very end of the last episode was he meets L. Ron Hubbard, who's heard about his little group that he has at his house and wants to join. And I'm like, oh, come on, man. What are you doing? Stop it now. What the fuck's wrong with you people? You might have been getting too revealing,
Oh wait, no, that's not the right one. Which show is it? The one about Parsons?
Yeah. Strange Angel. Strange Angel, it was called.
Okay. Apparently I gotta open this. Bring it over. It's the problem with sharing different windows from different programs, as it's a little bit more complicated. So okay, cancel that share. And then do I window? So, okay, here, we'll do that. There we go. Okay, so now you see this, right? So I'm using a common law declaration template, right? And here's what I have, and all this stuff actually makes a big difference, except for view is annoying. We don't want it like that. So, where the hell are you? It's one page. There we go. And then, and then we're going to zoom in. Well, once we get rid of that. Yeah, whatever. So we'll zoom in on this. All right, so it's the formatting's important only according to, so you want to look up to what your county recorder has, right? As far as their because what you're going to do is you're going to file this as a will. That's the key to it. They have no choice but to file. You file it as a will because it is an extension of your will, and that's what we were going through with the Treatise on the Law of American Administration. But basically, it comes now, well, here, Old English, common law stuff, lawful claim of title, will, execution of will, declaration of status, appointment of trustees, and standing orders for the same. Comes now, Ryan Mason, right? Hyphen Mason, colon, House of Wells. That's common law. That's how you write your name and surname. This is actually my name, right? This is basically the tribe I belong to, right? So, and it basically denotes, since I'm the pater familias of my house, meaning the head of my house, that anyone under me comes under this House of Wells. So anyone who bears that name of the House of Wells, and, you know, I'm the holder of the seal, but they fall under that protection. So anyways, having been found to be living, of lawful age, a living soul manifest, one of the people of Michigan, an American, fully emancipated by express will and implication of will, donor, grantor, settler, testator, sole lawfully appointed absolute general instituted rightful executor, because there cannot be an executor and administrator at the same time. If this is on public record and I serve a judge who, an administrator who's pretending to be a judge, it chops his nuts off. It'll chop his nuts off right away, because he can't exist if I exist. And I exist on the record. And public record is the highest form of evidence. That's how our court systems are set up. That's why that lawsuit was won, because the guy already had his stuff on the record. So, sole lawful, general, force, testamentary, unconditional, heiress, right, which are all just different ways of saying heir throughout the Latin and Anglo. You know, it's just basically covering any old law that might be undisclosed that, you know, they're using, because they are just using all old law. They're using the Magna Carta to do this shit to you in the first place, which I showed you guys earlier. Hereinafter referred to as claimant. So that's a way of reducing your document down simply so that you don't have to write as much. So instead of having to write that entire paragraph I just wrote, now I can just write claimant. And anytime I use the word claimant with a capital C, it implies that entire long-winded paragraph. Now I don't have to rewrite that over and over and over again, right? And I do that with trust, and I do that with estate, and I do that with bond, because the bond is pretty vicious, right? And the estate, what it covers, is pretty lengthy, as well as the trust, which is part of the estate, but the trust is separate from the estate. So the trust that was created from your estate was the Social Security trust. That is a trust account. That is the trust account from which everything else is issued. All of these other, and when I say issue, think of issue as generated. It's issued from the Social Security trust. That's why everything has to have it attached. Your driver's license, any court case, and anything. Everything has to, your utility, everything has to have it, because that's government subsidized. That makes you a pauper and a beggar and an infant, right? The government has to help pay to keep you taken care of with your electricity and your water. So you're subject to them because you're an infant. You couldn't exist without daddy government. Cannot exist. That's it. Well, that's what they think anyways, right? So hereinafter referred to as claimant of the Ryan Mason Wells estate. So notice this is the birth certificate of live birth, basically, name, estate, including all derivative spelling, styles, and variations thereof, as well as all trusts, expressed or implied, which are the only two types of trusts there are, derived therefrom, hereinafter referred to as estate, whose will, that's why I use that word, whose will it is to claim, because I'm going to file this under wills in the register. Now they can't tell me it's not my will. Like, this is my will. What do you mean? It's not my last will. It's just a will. and you don't specify, so fucking file it, right? To claim, execute, declare, ordain, decree, establish, and appoint the following by the action and deed of this lawful claim of title, will, execution of will, declaration of status, appointment of trustees, and standing orders of the same, being in the form of a lawful action at law, which is what the Magna Carta, or I'm sorry, the Set the KV Act of 1666 requires to prove life. It's a lawful action at law, and thereby establishing a freehold in law, right? Meaning I'm not subject to anyone. My property is not subject to anyone. The appointment of, well, I'm glad I opened this up. That's, oh yeah, I capitalized that for the appointment of trustees, because it refers to an actual aspect of this document, the continued will and wish of the claimant, and a list of executive orders under seal and bearing the seal of the House, and bearing the House seal of one of the people of Michigan, which being foreign to the United States, I like this. I'm kind of proud of myself for this one, because this is right from Bouvier's. Which being a foreign seal to the United States, as well as the United States, which obviously you guys should know are two different. This one's a trust. This one's a federal corporation. Being foreign to the United States as well as the United States proves itself. It's exactly what it says in Bouvier's. The seal of a foreign state proves itself. That's it. So you submit a document to anyone under your seal, and what's in that document must be rebutted or it immediately proves itself. Well, not immediately after the time limit, obviously. It's not immediate, but it is immediate validation until challenged. It is the will of claimant that all others immediately come forth and state a superior claim with lawful evidence of agreement bearing the seal of the House of Wells under oath and affirmation and penalty of perjury of the same against the estate, or forever relinquish any hold, administration, use, right, jurisdiction, or any other claim that may be against the estate. The estate was registered on, and that's blanked out because I'd have to go find my fucking birth certificate, but with the corporate state, because the day that it was registered on is not the day you were born, by the way. It's registered after. It was registered afterwards. So it was registered on, whatever, probably like November 13, 14, something like that, with the corporate state of Michigan under notice how I capitalize that, under United States corporate territorial jurisdiction without the consent of claimant. The certificate of title to the estate is attached, being duly claimed and corrected by endorsement and seal of the House. Well, I'm going to put my seal over their seal, and I'm going to endorse the back, because a birth certificate is actually a check, right? So without going too much into this, because there's other personal information and the rest of it and stuff I'm not going to put on the internet, but you guys see, like, this is already pretty vicious, right? Like, there's a lot of overcoming presumptions, and the whole thing about putting some on the record and then sending it to them is you've proved it by having it stand on the record. They have to disprove it. Disprove it. Disprove it. You going to be able to disprove that I'm alive? You going to be able to disprove that I know what the fuck you're trying to do? No, you're not. Especially once you read this, you're going to know I know exactly what you dirty fuckers are doing. Right? So, where was I going to go with that? There was something I read that wanted me to show you. Duly claimed House of Wells seal, state and trust are direct. Corrected from. So, yeah, the attachment, the seal, the check, where was I going with it? The house, the birth certificate is a check, though. It is a check, and it requires endorsement. Depository trust, and yeah, that's what I was going to do. So I was doing some digging on the DTCC, Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. I came across a reel on TikTok. The guy didn't actually know what was. He knew a little bit, so I'm not going to knock him. He was, but he's still stuck in the whole UCC. People who are still stuck and want to use their law, that's never going to work. They can change it on a whim. They can never change common law. That's why they're trying to get people to forget about it, because it's so inflexible and rigid. Whereas, like we said, equity, the enforcement of contracts, which everything is now under this probate contract system that we're under, right? Oh, well, you're under an administrator and you've been entered into this contract and that contract and this contract, and you can't actually make decisions for yourself. So when you come in here, we're just going to do whatever the fuck we want with you. That's what they're doing. So with that said, I was going to show you guys this from the DTCC, which further reinforces what I'm talking about. So let me stop sharing this. I want to see what you guys think of this. It's pretty cool. If I can find it, relief, void judgment, blah, blah, blah. It's, well, it may take me a second to find. Like I said, I got a lot of stuff, but it was the letter DNC, no. 7 parts of a declaration. Here it is. Functions are, I believe it is, right? So, hey, it opened up in my Acrobat. How about that? Okay, let's see if we can go down to county institution. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Okay. Well, that was convenient. So this is from the DTCC, and this is Instructions, Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. So as far as we can tell, with the way that they secret the information, we know that the hospital presumes you're abandoned, and I'm working on being able to absolutely prove that with their own. Actually, I can absolutely prove that. It's the Born Alive Infant Act and the Probate Code of 1939. They presume that you have been surrendered to the hospital. And of course, your mother going there for state-funded assistance to have her baby is indicative of her not being able to handle her own affair, or the husband not being able to handle their own affairs. And forget about if you're a bastard, right? Because that's automatic presumption. But yeah, by surrendering and not expressing a desire to return for the child. And I just, like I said, I'll take you guys through in a little bit of how they hide stuff and what I just came across. I won't really go through it tonight because I have to go through it now that I finally found it after looking for it for like a week and a half. But that's how this stuff goes sometimes. So, all right. So this is one of the sheets, and this is talking about adding documents to the restricted deposit service and documents section, right? So this is restricted deposit and service. So look at what you deposit here. And I think this is the ultimate end of the whole thing, is that you deposit the proper paperwork, like say your declaration, like the declaration I was just showing you guys, along with an affidavit of domicile, which it actually says right here. And this is the specific, oh, you guys can't see shit over there, can you? Hold on. Okay. So see what I've highlighted here, the affidavit of domicile, that's common law. That entire term is common. They'll never call anything you live in a domicile, because that would make you not a resident. Domicile is when you actually are an inhabitant or a citizen of a state, right? So inheritance tax waiver, right? Small estates affidavit, right? Court order. This is all stuff to actually operate as if you are not an infant, and then you're just updating them on what's going on, right? Or something like that. But this was a very interesting, and I still have to do more research on this, but I mean, look at this stuff. So birth certificate right here, boom, death certificate, power of attorney, court appointment of guardian, and whatever the else that is, right? Court appointment of administrator, right? Court appointment trustee, right? I mean, this is probably how they cash in on their securities, is what, as I look at it and see the different things that are supposed to be deposited and can be paid out. But I think also this is the way, that ultimate way that you basically just, it's like the end, maybe, like you just file all this stuff. Until then, we just keep crushing them with arbitration, and by doing what we know how to do, right? So what do you guys think of that stuff I've showed so far?
That's quite interesting. Yes. You got the back end of it.
Right, because this is a download right off DTCC, which I find pretty interesting right here. So how it says this, and I've already proved this several times. I can prove it actually probably a fucking 1,000 times over. But this right here shows you that a freehold and 50 acres of land in the district, having been a citizen of one of the states and being a resident in the district, right? Resident is a foreigner. So you're a citizen in one state, but if you're a resident in the district of another state, meaning you're not a citizen, you're technically a foreigner who's there for the purposes of conducting business and mercantile affairs. But being one of the people of the states and the interstate agreements that were set forth by the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution, you can actually have a freehold of 50 acres in another state, but as a resident, because you only have one domicile. You can have as many residences as you want, but you only have one domicile, and your domicile is like your home base. That's your allodial freehold. And apparently, up until I read this, I didn't know you could have a freehold as a resident in another state, but apparently you could even do that. And freehold is, there's no fee for hold, so it's allodial. It's absolute title. And this is the organic acts for all territories, relating to all government of the territories. And this one is the Northwest Ordinance for the government of the territory of the United States northwest of the River Ohio, which would be my area, and I think Wisconsin, yeah, for sure, Indiana, and those areas, right? And the very first thing they start talking about in this document is we're talking about in the very second paragraph. And this first paragraph is basically the empowering paragraph, where it's, you know, be it ordained, which is to create law, right? That the said territory for the purposes of temporary government be one district, subject, however, to be divided into two districts as future circumstances may indicate. So the very first thing they start talking about after that, though, is be it ordained by the authority aforesaid, right up here, the authority clause, that the estates, both of resident and non-resident proprietors in the said territory, dying intestate, which means without a will, shall descend to and be distributed among their children and descendants of a deceased child in equal parts. The descendants of a deceased child or grandchild to take the share of their deceased parent in equal parts among them. So right away they're talking about how to dispose of the property of somebody who died intestate. And this is a preemptive protective measure to make sure that there is no court system that can come in and administer the fucking estate. It is in the very first section of this ordinance. Why do you guys think that is?
Most important.
It's the most important, because the law you are under is entirely dependent on your relationship to your estate. What status? The word status comes from estate. It's Latin. Your status. What is your status? Are you indentured? Are you an infant? Or are you sovereign? Do you have a freehold, a allodial title? Which one? Because in one, nobody can tell you what the fuck to do unless you hurt someone. In the other, right, the infant, every aspect of the use of your property is controlled by the will of someone who is not you. This is why they're going to use weather warfare to wipe out the cities, to turn them into smart cities. And by doing so, because people are going to need the aid because of the economic situation, not many people have savings or anything like that to be able to function for themselves, and communities do not stick together. You remember back in the 90s, even, right? There was a hurricane in Virginia or something. Everybody came together and helped each other. There's no fucking FEMA. What is that?
Yeah. FEMA was here, but they got in the way.
Right. Yeah. They didn't have any authority. That's what I'm saying. Like, there was no government, but they want you to take the government assistance, because then it's parens patriae, right? Which means government is parent. They're going to administer you. They're going to parent you.
Sign right up for your government grant.
Right. You sign up for government grants for college. Everything in this system is designed to indenture you. right? And make you forget about common law. The things that make you forget about common law, the globe, big one. Because you cannot understand common law if you're a fucking atheist. I don't know what to tell you. You'll just never get it. You can't use it. You wouldn't be allowed to testify under it, ever. Never would you be allowed to testify as an atheist, ever.
Yeah.
How could your word be taken for anything? So you're going to swear on what? Yourself?
Right.
What if you're a scumbag?
Put your right hand on the Bible. Wait, what? Right.
Well, it used to be at the cost of your balls.
That's where
That's where
testify
the whole
comes from.
term of testimony and testify comes from. So, yeah, maybe that'd be an incentive.
But here's the thing, though. You're taking an oath. And all of this ties back into the spiritual, because the whole point of court is to avoid karma. That's it. That's honestly the whole point of court. It's a ritual to make sure there's no karmic repercussion on anyone involved in whatever happens.
Lazarus, Wolf, you're not kicked out. There's your message right there. Oh, what the hell?
Who kicked out Lazarus? Yeah, Lazarus is an atheist. He says, I talk about the things I talk about are great if I leave out God. Well, I could not talk about any of the things that I'm speaking about if I left out God, because that is the source of law. Whatever you want to view God as, we're gods or whatever, divinity, creator, whatever your path is, but you have to know there's a higher power, higher dimension than this one that controls the foundation of law in this dimension that we call natural law, that expresses itself in human affairs as common law, which is never written, only written about. And the one time it was written, we can see the fuckery it caused. Right? Because they introduced this idea of splitting a title and usufruct and all this deceptive shit right into the Magna Carta. Immediately laying out rules of, well, you can't take our property if in this and this and this, but if you do have our property, you know, while the heir is not of age, you can only take this much and you can only do this with it. And you can have, well, fuck that. You can't do any of that with it. What gives you the right to even think you could take my property, my child's property, right? Whatever, dude. Like, no. But I do understand the unique and limited necessity of an ecclesiastical jurisdiction. Of, yes, people die intestate. People are gamblers and addicts and spendthrifts, and no property shall go to waste. And there are people like that. But in the same way they do with abortion, where they're like, what about incest? What about rape? What about this and that? They just apply it to use that as a form of birth control. The exception is never the rule, and the rule is never the exception. Period. Right? That's it. So, and that's what this whole thing, it says in equal parts, and where there shall be no children or descendants, then in equal parts to the next of kin. And they're making sure in the very first section of this that it does not escheat to the state. Michigan's so dirty with it. One of the very first things they did was constitutionally, they changed the Constitution to create a board of escheats. Now you're probably wondering, what is an escheat? A sheet is when you die intestate and there is no next of kin or heir, or the heir is not of age, then the property escheats to the state for administration under trust as administers. So I'll go through the explanation of the positions of a trust again, so you guys can understand what I'm saying, because it probably sounds like I'm speaking a foreign language, but here's the thing. So they're in an estate. If there is a will, right, in a trust, there is an executor, a trustee, and a beneficiary who is supposed to be the heir, meaning they will not always be the beneficiary. Once they come of age, they will be the heir. That's why when you're going in as like a 30, 40, 50-year-old person saying, I'm the beneficiary of this estate, they say, yeah, we know you are. Go to jail. That's your benefit for fucking acting up. Get out of here because you're an infant. Yeah, you get a benefit. Beneficiary has no controlling interest in the estate whatsoever. They only get a piece of it. And by only getting a piece of it and bearing no responsibility for it, they forfeit controlling interest in it. And in ancient Rome, they used to use this as a tactic to get out of debt. If somebody was going to inherit an estate that was so laden with debt, they'd suffocate under it. They just said, oh, I'll be the beneficiary. I'll just take a piece of it and somebody else can run it.
Lazarus seems to get very upset over the prospect of something wrong. Bullshit. There is no magic entities. Okay. Keep telling
No, he
yourself
does. He
that,
does.
bro.
I've been dealing with him for months and months. I like him. He seems like he's got some sense, but he's got a real bone to pick with God. I don't know what that's all about. He's gonna have to handle that. It's between you and him, man. I'm just telling you what I know. So, but you know, like this. What do you want me to do? I'm telling you, you can never actually learn and understand law, like real law, the only law, because everything else is just contracts, statutes, and codes, right? That's it. The only one law. You'll never know it or understand it if you do not form a relationship with your creator. And I'm not telling you to go be a born again, fucking going to Bible study every week and doing all, handle your business, but you have to have a personal relationship with your creator, whatever you unite with it, in an understanding that this is not a random accident and there is an order and design to this creation, and that there is some intelligence responsible for it that also created the natural law of which all other law stems from. You just never, you can't truly understand it ever, right? So the beneficiary, so you've got the executor, trustee, and beneficiary who's supposed to become the heir generally, unless they're just not ever going to get their shit together. And then, so say like you had an estate that was, you know, you're a wealthy man and your son, you know, is just going to go basically party it away and fuck it up, right? And you could never hand everything that your ancestors and you have worked so hard for to this idiot, and you have no other heirs. Then what you do is you create a trust and make him a beneficiary. And then maybe you put in the terms of that trust, like how he can become an heir, you know, and prove he's of age now. Or you can just say maybe his child, or you can just let it go on into a corporate being, you know what I mean? And continue forward carrying your name and just make sure your family benefits from it. But the whole point of making him the beneficiary, so you would create this trust, you'd appoint an executor of, say, like one of your partners or somebody that you trust in, you know, within your business or whatever, whoever you appoint, or your brother or somebody you trust, you appoint an executor and say, hey, here's my will. This is what I want done with my property. It's my last will. Because all the will is your last will. You're expressing your will the entire time, like I showed you with the document I'm writing. That's why I can file what I'm writing under wills. It's my will. It doesn't have to be my fucking last will. It's just my will. And then you say, hey, look, don't ever let this knucklehead get any kind of control. He's only to ever be the beneficiary, but I want him taken care of. And here's how he's going to be taken care of. And these are your orders as executor, and you make sure he gets this every interval of time, et cetera, et cetera. And boom, now you took care of your son, and he's not going to fuck up your estate. That's what a beneficiary is for. Now, the other thing, that's a beneficiary who's never going to be an heir. Now, a beneficiary who will be an heir is under, you know, the executor until they come of age, and then the executor is obligated by will to hand over the estate, and probably by will to teach the minor how to handle the business on your behalf. You'd probably include that in your will, right? Okay, so those are the various, and then he becomes the heir when he becomes of age. So those are the various kinds of positions in an estate with a will. Now, when you die intestate, like say London burns to the ground because the king and a bunch of Jews burned it to the ground, and then they just want to presume everybody's dead, right? Like if that happens and there was no will on record, then what happens is it escheats to the crown or the state, because basically what the state does here is take on the responsibility over infants and lunatics and distracted persons and all this that the crown had in England. It takes over that position. As you can very readily see in Michigan's early statutes, they were all about that shit. Like they had overseers of the poor in each county, and if you took one thing from them to help your estate, you know, to because you couldn't take care of yourself, then they would immediately petition the probate court to take your estate immediately, right away. It's in the law.
Check this out. This is crazy. This just popped up on my Twitter. Let me share this real quick. This is exactly what you're talking about. It's Jordan Peterson talking about an Allodial title. Listen to this.
Jordan Maxwell.
Nobody owns anything. But if you want to own the land and actually own it so that even God can't touch it, you have to buy the property or the car or the jet plane, whatever it is you're buying. You have to get it under allodial title. Allodial. Allodial. Allodial title. You can buy a car, you can buy a jet plane, you can buy a house, but you buy it under what is called allodial title. And I've seen that done because I had a guy buy me a car not too long ago, and we went into the agency and he says, I want to buy him a car. And so the guy said, okay. And so I picked out the car I wanted, and the guy buying it for me said, we want this allodial title. I knew about allodial. Now I just want to see what they want to say. And he said, we want this car allodial title. And the sales manager said, fine, okay, we'll have to go back and go get the paperwork. He went back and got the special paperwork, came out and says allodial title. Allodial means nobody, including God or Jesus, can touch this property. You own it, the land as well. If you buy a house or buy a property, you can put it in a allodial title. That means if the freeway is coming through and they want your property, they cannot touch it.
Is it pretty crazy that just happened to pop up right as we're or is it maybe the algorithm found it? Right? Are we still here? Am I the only one not here?
Yeah, I'm here listening. Maybe Ryan had to take a break.
No, I didn't have to take a break. I literally stepped away right when it was apparently ending. I thought I had a second, but no, what he says is, and I've seen that before, Jordan Maxwell, you got to be careful about him because he's got a lot of good information, but some of the things he says is intentionally deceptive, in my opinion, or he just didn't know. Either way. But what he's talking about with the allodial title is 100% true, except for there's an actual process for that. And the process is this. Basically, you get you have to be able to buy the property. You can't be under a mortgage or anything. Otherwise, it gets more complicated. If it does, this is where it gets complicated. So let me put it simply. It's tracing the property. If you already own your home, it's getting an abstract done on the property. The way that these properties were originally issued out under allodial title was called land patent from the president. It's a fact. And in the land patent, it had the addendum clause for us and our heirs, forever, like was in the Magna Carta. And I've got a whole book on land patents, actually. I've been digging into it a little bit, but I need to read it more. But the common law process would be to get an abstract. Now, what happened in this country is there's no registry system. There's not supposed to be. When you register something, that's how you split the title. That's what the very first registry system in a common law country, in an Anglo country, was when William the Conqueror came over in 1066, split the courts into the priest courts to deal with estates and property, and then took over the temporal court himself, right, and abolished the 100 courts, which were common law courts, basically county courts in England. He forced everyone to register their property in what was called the Doomsday Book. And that's what introduced the usufructuary system into England, right? Under this whole divine right of kings, right? So the king is appointed by God, right? That's why he's there. And basically all the rights to all the land flow through him, which was the opposite of what the Vikings introduced into England, which is that the power flow from the bottom up from the people to the king, which is how common law really took root and formed into the hundreds. So with that being said, he introduced the registry system, and what that does is split the title. When you register something, you give your right of ownership away in exchange for certain rights and benefits, such as protection, right? Or whatever. So we're not supposed to have a registry system, and there was not a registry system in here originally with the land patents. What you would do if you sold your land was it was a ceremony, literally like a ritual ceremony called livery of season, where you would gather witnesses, right? And the person buying it from you would hand you whatever consideration you were receiving, and you would literally pick up a handful of dirt from the ground and hand it to him, or a stick or whatever was on the property, and it was symbolic. And then the witnesses would attest to it. And then you would go down and file that deed on the record, and then the person buying it would acknowledge that deed. And then the land became theirs. So everything happens through the county record. And this is a fact. Like, that's how it works. So the registry system, what happened was the attorneys introduced what's called the Torrens registry. Some fuckhead from Australia came over here and said, this patent and record system's just too complicated, and we have to trace the chain of title every single time it changes hands and all this. And it's just too much work. So why don't we just have them register it, have the property be held by the state, and then we only ever have to deal with whoever the usufructuary is, the person using the property, and then we can charge them a property tax because it's not theirs anymore. They're just using it. So ultimately, because they registered it, right? So now the thing with the Torrens registry system, oh, we got the Unidozer. Let me let him up real quick. What's going on, brother?
I just wanted to be a fly on the wall, but you said Mojo was at Flattoberfest?
Yeah, I believe he was, yeah.
Yes, I was.
Well, I was there on Sunday, but I didn't know he was there. I had no clue.
Do you know where the PA system was?
Well, so maybe it'd be easier if I described me. I was the guy that showed up, brought the umbrella, and was handing out free grilled ham and cheese sandwiches to everybody.
No, I didn't see that. But I was the guy.
Oh.
I was the guy that brought the entire PA system.
Oh, I did see you. Yeah, you had that old truck, and you came down from New York. Oh my God! I started making fun of you in my head because you reminded me of the landlord from the Trailer Park Boys, Mr.
Oh, that's bold, bro. That's messed up, Mr. Leahy.
Yeah, he kind of looked like him. He's an older guy. I know who you are. I remember. I wanted to talk to you. I never got a chance. Anyways, I didn't want to distract from the conversation. I just want to be a fly on the wall, but I have some questions for later.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Well, what I was going to say about the registry system is basically this, is that they introduced the registry system to start eradicating common law, and that's when they started getting rid of stuff like livery of season and all, but they can't eradicate it. The only thing they can do is make people forget about it. And I believe that's why they just attacked archive.org, was because a lot of the books I have are from archive.org. And there's a lot of common law material, or at least there was before they attacked it and shut it down. And I haven't been back to look at it. Have you, Dad, at all been on there?
No, I haven't.
My theory would be that they attacked it, though, probably because of this stuff or something. A lot of stuff for sure. There's just too much information on archive.org for them to
Modern day book burning.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Well, so now if you have this new Microsoft operating system, what's to say they can't just delete it off your system? Kind of like when you download a video on YouTube and then it becomes something that you're not allowed to use. It's been banned. It gets deleted off of your downloads. Did you know that?
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up because I suspect it, which is why I have an SD card that I do not keep in the computer. But every time I make a change to like documents I'm working on, or anytime I get a new book, I download it onto this SD card that's got like 150 something gigs on it. And
wow.
I've only used a fraction of it, and I've got years worth of reading on it.
So you're trying to get caught up with Zen and his master hard drive.
Well, Zen does have an impressive collection of books.
Apparently. I don't know. I can't verify it.
With that being said, he just, like, I feel like he'll really break through. And I just seen he did a video tonight, but I didn't watch it. And he said the Christian signature, and I think he's starting to understand what I already know. And that
I tuned in for a little bit of it.
It's what it goes back to, dude. It's not, you can be, he calls himself a Taoist, right?
Okay.
Which is cool,
yeah.
Whatever.
All right.
It's just believe in balance. Awesome. Right. But like the whole thing is it actually comes back to that binary battle, whatever you want to call it. Like and the key is, but where Taoism fits in is the key is balance is between the two polarities, because we all have the two polarities running through us. But if you discount the Bible or what's in it, there's all of this ecclesiastical, and the reason it's so powerful is because it's entirely rooted in the Bible. The whole thing.
Okay.
It's the ecclesiastical court is it comes from from the original Christianity. It comes from Catholicism. And before there was even a, so when you read about, well, here, I've actually pulled this up. Oh, yeah, I was wondering where you went. I thought you were bouncing on us. I was like, damn, you didn't even say bye.
No, I just checked the website. When you pull up archive.org, it says temporarily offline. Internet archive services are temporarily offline. Please check our official business accounts, including Twitter, Blue Sky, or Mastodon for latest information.
Yeah, they're purging.
It's been a few days. Huh.
They're purging it, which is great. It increased the value of the information that Zen and I both have for sure significantly, but because they're never going to get this fucking SD card I got, except unless they apply it from my cold dead fingers. So
you mean
know
cards? Multiple cards?
Yeah. So
yeah.
Well, no, I only have one card, but I do have another one I could back it up onto. Also, I just haven't gotten around to it, and I actually thought about I should probably do that, but. Here's this one thing. So this to illustrate the point, so you guys know I'm not talking out of my ass about this. This all goes back to William the Conqueror. It's what it does. And so I got this book called Common Law Pleading. To remove from archive.org, but I already have it, so fuck them. And let's zoom in for you guys here. So look at this. Now, common law is ancient, and the very definition of common law means it's the practice, the custom, and usages of the people having existed from time immemorial, meaning it's so far back you can't even trace where common law starts. It's why it's natural. It's founded on natural law. It's just the law, right? Don't hurt people. And so it shows you right here that the history of common law procedure, right, as far as it exists in our current system, begins with the Norman conquest of England in 1066. Now, I hadn't even opened this book until right before I started the show. I was trying to look for some examples to show you guys. And of course, it's right in the beginning, because you can never have a conversation about the different jurisdictions without talking about the Norman conquest. In the great days of the Roman law, when continental Europe, and let me remind you, this is written by an attorney, so listen to how he tries to paint the common law. It's hilarious, and you'll come across this all the time in these books. But he says, in the great days of Roman law, when continental Europe was coming under its domination, and the work of Justinian had given it a breadth and scope and precision which succeeding centuries have done comparatively little to improve, England remained submerged in their insular ignorance. Listen to this guy. Right, insular ignorance, like it wasn't working. That's why they kicked Rome's ass. Rome originally tried to conquer England in the 1st century AD, and they got their asses whooped. So they had to build what was called the Hadrian Wall, right? And that's why the only thing they have ever actually owned in England is London, the city of London, because they got their asses whooped.
Still do.
Right. Oh yeah, they definitely still do. That's what in the Magna Carta, it actually preserves London as its own sovereign city-state. And they're like, yeah, you guys can do what you want because it's been part of Rome since 43 AD. So that's how long London has been part of Rome, is 43 AD, by the way. So England remained submerged in her insular ignorance. Ancient tribal customs, for the most part, satisfied the needs of her rude inhabitants who knew and cared little for the refinements of foreign civilization. Listen to this douchebag. They had no genius for legal theory or judicial administration, right? Meaning they didn't know how to fuck people by lawyering them, right? Okay. They had and paid no more attention to lawmaking or law enforcement than the simple demands of primitive pastoral folk rendered absolutely necessary. That's because you don't make law. God makes law. The Creator makes law. That's why they didn't law make, right? They didn't make law at all. That's why they didn't write it down. So
yeah, because it's on your heart. It's on your heart.
Exactly. England was almost entirely unorganized, and justice was administered in a very imperfect way through the local courts. This is the attorney talking here, right? And it absolutely was. It was local. It was 100 courts. It was county courts. That's it. Your county was that's your area.
And a shire reef.
And a shire reef, yeah. And that's the whole thing is like, you know, the families, the men of those 100 families got together and dealt with the disputes between those 100 families. And that's perfect. Why? How is there a problem with that? Right. But this is, again, is written from a fucking civil law lawyer. With the coming of the Norman kings, the whole situation underwent an almost revolutionary change. A strongly centralized government was at once established, which undertook the task of bringing the scattered elements of English society under direct control of the king. Their methods were the methods used were civil rather than military. With their keen genius for government, that's the same thing they've done to us. They took us over through civil officers instead of military officers. This is explaining the exact same thing that's happened here, because that's what they probably was like, all those primitive, free people over there, right? Just there's no organization or structure of enforcing laws or making new law, because you don't need to make new law. When is there enough laws? When? At what point is there enough?
Yeah, it's a mental war.
Mm-hmm.
They conquer their minds rather than their physicality.
The only time you should be making a law is when you're creating a statute to apply common law to, say, like new technology, like computers. Okay, no stealing, no replevin, right? No trespassing. Now, how would we apply this to the digital age? And then you can create a series of statutes that apply this common law, because it's not law, it's just statute, right? When you write it. That's the difference between law and statutes. But when the government writes, it's just a statute. But if it's applying common law to a current situation, then yes, then that legislation would be acceptable and would be able to be labeled public law, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not public policy. Public policy is what we have today, where it's the administration of infants and corporations, who are also coincidentally infants under the entire situation, right? So, scattered elements of English society under direct control of the king. The methods were civil rather than military. With their keen genius for government, the Norman kings understood that the surest way to establish themselves was to guarantee to the people adequate protection to person and property. Those who sacrifice liberty for security deserve neither and will lose both. None of this is new that they've used. We're in the last quarter, in the last 15 minutes.
Are you saying this was written before Benjamin Franklin made the quote?
No, this happened way before Benjamin Franklin made the quote.
But you're using Benjamin's quote. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were reading the document. Sorry.
No, I just said that off the top of my head because it contradicts what the Normans did. The Normans knew, though, that people want a daddy government. Keep me safe, daddy government. I don't want to be responsible for myself, daddy government.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they want. And tell me what to do. Protect me, enslave me, spank me, right? That's pretty much what we got going. That's what we got going on.
Abuse me.
Mm-hmm. So, adequate protection.
What's the safe word?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
exactly. So, with the coming of the Norman kings, I already read that. So, anyways, it says, so they were able to do this through guarantee of protection and property. And what he's leaving out is that is the introduction of the Doomsday Book, where people began to register their property and give it over to the new centralized government they just created. It is literally the same thing they did in this country, except for they did it much more quickly in this country because they already worked all the kinks out over hundreds of years in England.
I'm listening. Yeah.
So we'll protect your property. Just give it to us. We'll let you use it, but we'll make sure it's safe because it's actually ours. So we have an interest in protecting it, right? But you can use it. You just have to use it how we tell you how to use it, right? You use it exactly as we say. And if you don't use it how we say, we're going to fine you, fee you, and imprison you for using what should be your own property. But because we're offering you this benefit of protection. So, interesting side note, who here knows how registration started of vehicles in this country?
Wasn't it it was a license plate thing that they did so that, in case your car got stolen or something.
For theft,
exactly right. It's the Vehicle Theft Prevention Act. Yeah, register it with us so we can protect it in case it gets stolen, because you spent a lot of money on that and you would be pretty upset if it got stolen. See, now we have an interest in it. And if it gets stolen, we have interest in finding who did it.
Mm-hmm.
So government's no different than insurance.
Actually, insurance was basically the first form of government. What preceded the
You're right. Yeah, I get it.
banking system was insurance.
And you didn't need the insurance until they created the problems, you know.
Well, that's it's what makes it a beautiful system, right? Like they'll make the problems that you need. They'll create the storms that you need the assistance for.
Exactly.
North Carolina, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
They'll create the storms you need the assistance for, and then they're just going to slip some lawyery little attorney parasitic bullshit in there, like, yeah. By the way, this is not actually a grant; it's a loan, and if you don't pay it back, which a grant would also bear responsibility as well, but if you don't pay it back within a year, we're going to take all your property.
Okay.
Right. So here's the thing that I'm trying to get across. Like, if people had their claim on the record, which it's like, and I was trying to tell Mojo this, dude, I was trying to tell you, man, just get something as simple as, hey, I've been found to be living and I'm the sole heir and executor of my estate. You can always change it later because you are the sovereign. You write your law as long as you're not hurting someone else. Right. So when you go, and I know that sounds crazy to people, as it initially did me, it's the same way that it sounds like, you know, it sounds the same way as when somebody told you the earth is flat, when you were balls deep and believing in a globe, literally balls deep, right? So,
or authority, yeah.
Right, or authority, and you're like, well, that's fucking crazy. Wait, you're telling me I can make my own law? Yes, you can make your own fucking law. You just put it in the form of a contract and you stipulate your agreement and the penalties. And then all that's left after that is administrative process. Now somebody has to be made aware that they're messing up, and there has to be grace, because again, it goes back to the Bible. So you give them 3 notices. That's it. 3 times that number 3. That's it. That's all you have to do. Give them 3 notices. Hey, you got 90 days to stop, or you're subject to this agreement and the bond, right? Hey, you got 60 days, or you're subject to this agreement and forfeiture of the bond. Hey, 30, right? And then, hey, you're about to default. And then another 30 days. And then once they default on that, you have record of all that, the record of service and everything else. You take that to a court of arbitration. You do what Drew did to that fucking Colorado judge, and you shove a big dick right up his ass. Because that's what happens.
Yeah, you're basically talking about the guy that Zen coached, or did Zen know him before this all happened?
I don't know, but what he said was real. I went on the Colorado Secretary.
No, I'm really happy that you verified it. That was kind of nice to see tonight.
I never actually go on information I do not verify.
I know you don't, but I mean, you're much more efficient at research, and you know it's. Okay, I'll stop there.
He's much better at organization. I'll give him that, though.
Absolutely.
He's got an obsession with organization that's impressive.
Yes,
which is good. But yes, his research, he kind of gets too arrogant and overlooks a lot of things that he should.
I agree with you there too.
Yeah, but
no other gurus are allowed.
Right. Well, and who's a guru? You don't want to be. What you should be doing is like creating your replacements. You're not trying to be a guru. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What do they call it when you do it for free? Whatever. You know
charity. What I mean? It's
what a lawyer does for free. Whatever.
Oh, pro bono.
Yeah, he should be doing a pro bono.
Well, that's the thing is like, so he proprietizes his information, and I know why he does it. He has very little faith in humanity.
Yeah.
So he's like, I'm at least going to make money and try to, I'm doing the right thing. I'm trying to help people, but I'm going to make money off of it. That's why he charges actual silver, Spanish silver his like $21 is actually like fucking like a 17 something dollars.
Yep.
Right. So
yeah.
$1,700 something.
Right. But, I know. I did the math. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's cool. But here's the thing. If you actually want this to end, and I understand there's a certain value to like selling it, because then only people who actually care are going to use it. And then also I have a huge problem.
Bingo. I agree.
I had a subscriber who wanted me to help them get out of debts. And I have an issue with that. It's not that I do not think, I know the debt system and the banking system is fucking corrupt and there are no lawful contracts, but you still, like under common law, and this is an understanding of natural law, you can't go and willingly rip people off that may be good people who are just operating within the system because you know how to cheat. I personally would never do it unless the contract was actually wrong and unjust. You know what I mean? Like, because then now you have this cheat code, and you know, you guys can hate me for that, whatever, but it's justice. That's what justice is. Like, you don't fuck people over. Like, so if you go down and you get a loan from somebody who's just an honest, like small time, you know, trying to make their way or whatever, you know, you get a loan in goods of something, and then you're like, oh, well, you know, there was no actual consideration, so I can void this using the Jerome Daily and all that stuff, and you go through what I know and stuff, and then you fuck that person over, but you knew what you were doing when you got into it in the first place.
Yeah, the intent.
The intention, there you go. And that's where will and intent are inseparably combined. In all law, it revolves around will and intention. What is your will and what was your intention behind your will?
Right.
And that determines the crime. So I see where charging for things will eliminate 95% of that easily.
No, I agree. Yeah.
But then you're also in the double-edged sword of you're never going to fit, because every lie that we're confronted with all comes back. This is what they really want. This is your soul they're after. They want your will. They want you to worship the government as God. They want to create.
They want your free will. They want your free will. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't want to enslave you by conquest. They want to enslave you by insight, because then it will stick. And you will be worshiping the government as God. Through, like, by that process, you will worship the government as God. That's what communism is. Communism cannot exist without a central bank, and the reason being is because of everything I've been explaining tonight, and that Zen explains, is that basically you have to burden a society with so much debt that the higher ups of that society are forced to indenture the layman of that society, right?
Yep.
In order to obtain more funding to continue its existence until everything defaults. And then only those holding absolute title on top. That's what Klaus Schwab means when he says it is the end of the era of the shareholders.
Right.
It is now the era of the stakeholders.
Bingo. Yeah.
That's what he means. And that is communism, because now all property is owned by this small group of people who are going under indenture and under probate. Probate makes this happen. Probate makes this possible, right? It is literally the control of your will. When you get in trouble, they put you on probation. And what is probation? Probation is when another man or woman gets to tell you how to use your body and your property and everything. And there's no limit to the amount. And that's what communism is. And there can be no, Vladimir Lenin said there can be no communism without a central bank. And that's what he means. These people all understand this. Thomas Jefferson understood it. And that's why he said the judiciary will work like gravity by night and by day to usurp the sovereignty of the people.
Correct.
When he was objecting to the Constitution. So either you're a pleb, you're a slave, or you're a man or a woman, right? And if you're a man or a woman, you have a house and you have property and you stand on it. And learning how to fight with guns is fantastic. Listen, we absolutely need it to back up in case the peaceful processes do not work. But you also need to learn how to fight with law. It is more powerful, as we can see by what's going on with this country. Fighting with law is more powerful than any bomb or gun or fucking tank or anything.
It's a lot easier to convince your friends and neighbors to fight with law than guns.
I don't think it is. Listen, I've been at this for a little while. I don't think it is easier. I think that's too much work. I can just pull the trigger.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I might get shot too. I don't know. I think that you're right. Law is a lot safer.
No, what I'm saying is law is, that's what as a family man with people that I care about, like I would prefer to be peaceful first, but I'm not afraid to fight if I have to. Here's the
Right.
thing.
But at the end of the day, the property that you're fighting over can be destroyed in the process. I mean, war is very destructive. So, you know,
Well,
I can see why
to encompass
neither
the
side
entire-
wants to see everything destroyed.
to encompass the entirety of what an estate is or a house is it's not just what you own externally, it's your bloodline and it's your own body. That's how they do a lot of the stuff. That's how they register biological property. That's in the United States Code. You can register biological property. What the fuck? Well, no, it's not put as registering, but it is. It's basically the same thing. The way
Or
that
patent.
So the biological property is your body, or your children, and it's all a property. That's the whole thing. It's so simple at its foundation to understand, and they've muddied it so much, like to where people go, "What jurisdiction is this, criminal or civil?" Okay, well, there are criminal and civil jurisdictions in more than one jurisdiction, actually. You know what I mean? You have common law jurisdiction and you have civil law jurisdiction, which is Roman, and they both have just civil or criminal. That's why they look at you like you're stupid when you say that. No, and by the way, they're not jurisdictions either. They're actually just venues. So a venue is within a jurisdiction. A venue is just so, and that's why the Internal Revenue Service is called that anyway. And it was originally not called the Internal Revenue Service. It was called the Inland Revenue Service, and it means exactly what it says. It's the Inland Revenue Service, shifting you from common law into equity by being a taxpayer, which is Long versus Rasmussen, 19.
Yeah, they brought the C to you. Yeah. You mentioned a few things tonight. Like you've been alluding that the Magna Carta was not the great document.
It was
like a lot of people in the, Yeah, you said a couple things tonight, and I've been waiting for you to allude to that. And you were talking about how the Magna Carta, similar to our Constitution, was not this great thing. You know, like there's so many people in the United States, we just need to get back to the Constitution as it was written. Well, the Constitution was a con.
No,
so it wasn't the Magna Carta. Similar.
They're operating by the Constitution. They're just operating outside of it in the same way that the Magna Carta allows them to operate outside of it through the administration of infant estates.
So do you think that the Magna Carta was written with ill intent, similar to the way the Constitution was?
100%. Yeah. No, I'm convinced of it. Like the research that I've been doing. Like, yeah, absolutely.
I find that just absolutely fascinating.
Because the only basis they have to introduce this probate jurisdiction into our republic without it being legislated in any founding document is under the presumption that it was grandfathered in under the English common law. Well, how did it get introduced into the English common law?
Magna Carta.
Magna Carta.
Wow. So it was just a group of guys colluding with the king. And then when the Pope...
No, I'm not even sure they were colluding with the king. I think they were colluding with Rome. But yeah.
Right. But I mean, the Pope never discounted it. You know, there's a reason why they kept it. Well, that makes a lot of sense.
We'll get a little conspiratorial for a second, right? And I'll ask you guys some questions of which I have no evidence to the answer. But you should come to the same conclusion, being intelligent men, that I have. And that is, so the way that the Magna Carta was written, there was a whole bunch of unrest and upheaval going on at the time, right? There were riots and protests because of the ecclesiastical courts taking their property and charging a fee, fine, and use for their property, right?
Yeah, Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. Okay.
They knew that the barons were pissed off, right? And
they made them pissed. Yeah.
Yeah, Rome was the king's protection.
Right.
But the barons somehow knew to draft this Magna Carta, and conveniently the Roman protection left on a conclave, leaving the king vulnerable to the barons, knowing that there's all this unrest going on. Right. And that he could easily be beheaded.
So you're saying that the Rome just like basically left the front door unlocked?
Yes. In the same way the Constitution
I get it.
unlocked.
Just say that again. Sorry.
In the same way the Constitution left our back door unlocked, literally. For
I get it. Yep. I get it. Yeah.
And
Listen, guys, I got a jet. It's I'm falling asleep.
Oh,
I'll see
sorry.
you
Good
guys.
night.
All right. Later,
Yeah.
Dad. Thanks for joining us.
Right on.
Have a good
Oh,
night.
Dave, I saw one of your shows. I really enjoyed it. Well, I missed that.
Yeah.
I watched one of your dad's shows. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But so let's go back to the Magna Carta.
Yeah. So the Magna Carta was,
It opened the door to this.
yeah, when you read what's in it and what it's pertaining to, it immediately starts out with how estates are supposed to be handled. And what it does is it gives authority under common law for the administration of estates to collect a fee. It creates protections for the property being administered, which I guess is a benefit, but it also
Wasn't that what the ecclesiastical courts that King William, or what was his name, did originally when he split the courts?
Yes, but there wasn't this laid out to blend those courts with common law until the Magna Carta.
Ah, okay. I get it.
Everything they're doing right now is founded in common law. I can't emphasize that enough. It's all founded.
Well, if it wasn't, then technically would have bad karma.
Yes, and I
Okay.
use the word karma because that's the one that average person will most readily understand. But yeah,
So I had a small epiphany. I can honestly say I've never read the Bible in full, but wasn't the poisonous fruit, wasn't that once you eat the poisonous fruit, now you have free will?
it's the knowledge of debt and credits is what the poisonous fruit is.
Well, so would you say that's similar to free will? Wasn't that like you can stay in the Garden of Eden as long as you don't choose free will?
No, because
Oh, okay.
they would not have been able to choose to eat the fruit if they did not have.
Yeah, you got a point there. Okay, then my thought is mute
The
now.
knowledge of good and evil is how to manipulate karma.
Because you say that a lot of this is basically they use the philanthropic the way talking, you said philanthropically, they feel like they're doing you a benefit.
No,
right?
They know what they're doing, but it looks to the world
like philanthropic benefit.
Yeah, and that's how they justify it to God. It's like, well, this person's an infant, and if you're out robbing people or doing dumb shit and spoiling your estate, and this is the truth about it. If you're out doing drugs or gambling your family's money away or doing any dumb shit to the detriment of your estate and your family or house, you are an
Or
infant.
society. Yeah.
And they are morally obligated as part of their office to come in and take control. That's the whole thing. What they're doing is not unlawful. Other than the fact that they engineered society to be this way. That's what's unlawful. But if society had come to this point naturally of its own accord, then what they are doing there's nothing about what they're doing that's unlawful. Not a single thing. Nothing. But the fact that they took over the education system, the fact that they took over, the Civil War in itself. Well, and here's the thing.
I find that so interesting that you call it Roman civil law, and then you have what they call the Civil War to introduce the Civil Law or cement it into law.
That's a good connection. I don't call it the Roman Civil Law. Like other law scholars, like John Bouvier and the Black's Law and all that, they call it Roman. Civil law only has one meaning. It's Roman civil law.
Right, but I find it interesting that who named and why did they come up with the term Civil War? There's nothing civil about it. It was a brothers' war. It was the Second Revolution.
That's actually a good point. No, that's a very good point, and that adds to it. And obviously the Rome was entirely behind that. But here's the thing, also though, that the South has to accept is, remember, by following the law, and what I'm trying to demonstrate on this channel is that there are karmic repercussions for breaking the law. And what the South was engaged in, right, was not any kind of what we have now is sanctioned slavery, which means the slavery of indenture that we are under right now.
Yep.
is sanctioned by the Bible. It's debt slavery. It's indenture.
Right.
Right. There's only two
Yep.
types of slavery actually sanctioned by the Bible, and that is slavery through conquest of an immoral people, right?
Right.
Which is what,
Yep.
what the Jews actually do. They go and conquer immoral people. Like, you can say what you want, but their own kids.
I think they bring the drugs and the pornography in and then justify their taking over.
Well, you could look at it that way, or if there weren't an entire society willing to use the drugs and look at the pornography, they would have no business.
Yeah, that's Owen Benjamin. It's like, you know, they don't exist if you don't buy their product.
But it's the truth.
Yeah,
So
it's true.
It's all about conquering immoral people, and some people are going to hate to hear that, but it's true.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. Like, so if this society had come to this state that we're at, where people use abortion as a form of birth control, and you have people shitting in litter boxes in their high school classrooms, and all this fucking depravity that's going on, if we came to this naturally, then there would be no karmic repercussion for them. But the fact that we can prove that they engineered vulnerable infant people through their school system to not, and then of course they're going to say, well, that comes back to the parents. Well, at what point of successive generations of doing this are you not responsible? Because you
Absolutely.
can change it at any time.
Right. So Mojo, you there?
Yes, I am.
Hey, Mojo. So I think over the last 2 weeks, I was all excited because you had a second court case here in early October. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys really never broke that down that I'm aware of. Did I miss something?
Uh,
But you weren't able to record it, is what you're saying,
no, I
No,
could not
there's
get
a
the
recording.
of that second interaction?
Right, yeah. I threw everything at him, but he would have nothing to do with it.
He said he was pretending. He knew he didn't know what he was doing, and that's the greatest.
Mojo. So he just said, Mojo, you're full of shit, and we know it. This is what he said.
That's pretty
kind of
much what he said.
kind of it, and then railroad through it. I threw motions at him, and he denied the motion.
And that's on record. That's recorded.
Mm-hmm.
The court record, not by me, wouldn't allow me to record.
Oh, you weren't able to record it like the first
No,
interaction.
your friend recorded. I have it on iCloud.
Yeah, but it's very hard to hear.
Oh, okay. But you guys never broke it down on your show, Ryan, right? Correct?
Not yet.
Yeah.
This is the first show I've had since he had that interaction. I was planning on going through it a little bit later tonight if I could.
Okay, good. That's what I was kind of excited about.
But see, here you run the risk of people going, "Oh, it doesn't work," when in fact it does.
Yeah. Well, it's scary. I mean, it's like,
No,
I don't know if anybody could get to your level without dedicating their life, and then even then,
you can't get to my level without dedicating your life, because that's exactly.
I know that. I know that. Now, I believe that you could probably run circles around most judges.
Yeah,
I do
100%.
believe that.
All of them.
Yeah.
Well, I did order the court transcript, so I would be curious how that comes out.
You already.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mojo.
No, hell no. He knows you just wasted money. You know how it's going to come out. It's going to come out like the last two, where they literally changed it. And did you call him out on that? Did you call him out?
I did file a writ of error that morning, and that's why I said I called the judge out.
Okay, well, we'll talk. You can continue that case to arbitration. That's what I'm saying, because they lied. They're lying. They're liars. And if you take it to arbitration, if you take it to, he recorded it with his phone, and they changed the actual record.
Wow. Yeah, he did that on the first one, the first interaction. You've been to court 3 different times, correct, Mojo?
Correct, yeah. First
And the second one is the one that you guys did the deep dive on that 9-hour marathon, correct?
Right.
Yeah, and we didn't go all the way through it, the whole thing either at that time.
The problem.
Oh, we didn't? Oh, I fell asleep. I did finish the whole entire show, but not in real time.
The problem is
we didn't get to show all the 90 points of I had in that claim.
Not for me,
Wow.
Mojo, because I already know what the problem is. Right, what the problem was with what happened. One was the late notice and the fact that you didn't preemptively. Hold on, don't just let me get this out real quick, and then I'll let you talk. Is not only was there late notice, and so you couldn't preemptively introduce this stuff, but what you did introduce was enough to make them pause and ask you for adjournment, which I showed live on the show. They asked you, you said, I was going to ask, wait, no, I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to boom, because he's unsure. Does this guy
Bingo.
does he really know what he's doing, or is he fucking bullshitting me? Well, when I read through the paperwork you filed, it was so inconsistent. And I was trying to tell you, like, you need to do this, you need to do that, because you filed this and it doesn't have that, and this and that.
That was the after effect, right?
Right.
Okay.
And so, like, you refer to a law of the case in your original filing. And here's the thing about common law. There is no discovery in common law. So anybody who's been through the court system before knows that once the charges are levied and you're arraigned, you can ask for discovery to get access to all the evidence. That only exists in equity. Okay, there is no discovery at common law. When you file something at common law, you have to file everything that is going to be brought up in the very first action.
Okay.
And there is no discovery. So you go through, so everything that's going to be brought up, all of the charges, for lack of a better word right now, that are levied against the defendant are laid out in the original filing that they get a copy of and they know. So when you file, like in the instance of Mojo, he filed something, all he did was copy and paste something instead of actually reading it, going through it, or asking questions. And he was just like, oh, this will work. It sounds fancy.
I did read it and go through it, and I actually understood the thing quite well. But like you said, there's that one part that I should have put in, and I didn't know if I could put it in as an addendum.
You can file nothing after. I tried to give you a slick way, which you did the day of, right? But a slick way to kind of allude to the portions that apply to your case and a writ of error in the way that he disregarded your court, because it was your court. And then you could bring up the portion of the law of the case where the superior court of record is above the inferior court, because it's the equivalent of a Supreme Court, except for it supersedes the Supreme Court in a contest between the Supreme Court and the superior court. But the whole thing is that, like, and I'm not dogging you because I appreciate what you did and stuff. I just want the viewers
Absolutely.
to know why that didn't work out. And it's simply because of this, because you were preoccupied with other things and you didn't devote the entirety of your time to that case.
Well, that's more so in recent times, but there in the beginning, yeah, I put a lot into it. But honestly, I did not know it, like, definitely didn't know it like you do. And
right. And so it was a learning experience, and it's fine. I get it.
Right. Yep.
But here's the thing: next time though, like if you take, especially if you're getting a seal, because once you put your seal on this, you're putting the honor of your house on it, right?
Right.
Yeah. And that's a covenant, right?
It is a covenant. Yes.
Yep.
And so every time you get a doc, if there's anything you don't understand in the document that you're going to file, either call me, don't text me, call me, or, right, highlight it and research it, like, because that's the whole thing. That is the crux of this, is nobody can do this for anybody else.
Right.
So that's the problem I have with gurus. I'm not a guru.
No.
It is something you're just not going to go in and type right up. There is a lot of research. What does this mean? I read these documents. Okay, there's a new word to me, and I have to start researching what that word is.
Well, because jurisdiction literally means law words, and the words you use determine the jurisdiction you're under, and they have discontinued the common law words. Like,
who is they? I'm confused by that statement.
They, the attorney, the bar. The bar association is the one that's been warring against you the whole time.
Right. Yeah, that's the name of the show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the bar association.
Right.
It's always been the bar association. It will always be the bar association that's trying to take everything you have for profit, because they think you are an animal.
They're basically the flying monkeys.
Right, but they think you're the flying man. They think you're an animal. They think that you don't have a right to anything because you're an idiot. And it's because they're narcissistic, because I could very easily probably be a great bar member.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not
it can be very dangerous.
Narcissistic enough to think that I gave myself this gift.
Yeah.
They apparently are that narcissistic.
And well, I can say one thing. Okay.
I was going to say, they think that because other people don't have it, it means that they're stakes on the table by choice and consent, as it says in Quiet Weapons or Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. You are a stake on the table. It says those who have intelligence and do not use it are no better than animals and are stakes on the table by choice and consent.
Yeah, that's a great statement.
Which,
Very
listen, I'm
true.
not a liberal and I'm not bleeding heart, and I think to a certain extent that's absolutely true, but not everybody has the same capacity to understand subjects and laws in depth as we have been discussing on this channel. And it's a huge challenge, right, to be able to explain it to people and try to put it simply enough to where they can, because unfortunately the position that we are in is we need many people to understand this and know it and how to. And when
most people don't want to give up their bread in circuses. That's the biggest problem. I don't think a lot of people lack the intelligence, but I do believe that, like you were saying earlier, the public school system basically breaks your mind. It doesn't teach you how to think. It actually does the opposite.
And the other thing, it does take a lot of time. Like I said, I've been to 3 appearances. That's 3 months. I've been, 3 months minus a couple of weeks for a Flattoberfest. I've been learning it, and a lot more to learn by far, let alone get to know it on a level where I can stand in court and speak it like Ryan could.
Well, all I want to say to you about that, Mojo, is this: there's no excuse. It just depends on how important it is to you. So I'll give you an example like that brief article of what I've written, which is my own. That's my own, other than the title of it, which is a good title, and then I just fill in the body. I'm the one I have access to is not something I personally would turn in, and it worked. That's the one that got the lean against the judge. His worked, and the way it's written, it's amazing that it worked because it's written by somebody who, but I'm not going to say too much about that. But here's the thing. That worked, but it's extensive, and it takes, in the fact that I'm reformatting it, rewording it, and putting it in my own language what I believe it takes a lot of time. And that
you played earlier was genius. I loved it. I learned more about that made a lot of sense. I was like, this makes a lot of sense. And the way you basically defined the words you were going to use early on, it just made it simpler to keep going.
Right. And that's because that's what the foundation of it is. And so that's where it comes to truly understanding what it is that you're doing. Albert Einstein, which I know he's no paragon of fucking. No. But anyways, he did say something that was wise. And he says, the mark of a man who truly understands the subject is his ability to explain it simply. Yeah. And So if somebody's explaining something to you and they're not able to put it in simple terms, they don't truly comprehend what it is that they're trying to explain, or they're just trying to be narcissistic and show off their intelligence, which I think is the case.
E equals MC squared. That's so simple. You don't know what that means.
Right. So, and the thing about it is the amount of time that I work 50 hours a week. And I have a family, and I have other obligations, right? I have other obligations outside of that are equivalent to family. And, I don't have much time left over, and I work third shift, which fucks your whole schedule up. But I have about a half hour to an hour and a half every morning or, whenever, where I can work on that. And in my free time, when I'm not otherwise committed, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, because that is not your main commitment. Your family comes first, obviously.
Well, of course it does. You have to live.
Yeah. Well, I just tell you, even if we had a bunch of mojos go in and fail, it's just going to scare the shit out of them. And it's going to make the courts wise up real quick. It's like, hey, maybe we can't be doing this to these people any longer.
We ain't failed yet.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
He hasn't failed yet because the whole thing
okay, very good. I agree. Sorry, I take that back, Mojo. Sorry.
with the court case I showed earlier in the $6,800,000 arbitration award, he had failed in court. Yeah, he took it to arbitration, whole different ballpark. But he did it by doing the proper administrative process, because these judges, they don't know the common law. They don't teach common law in law school. right? Intentionally. So most attorneys do not even, you think a lawyer, they shouldn't even be called a lawyer. They are just attorneys. They just transfer property from one person to another because they're not lawyers. They have no idea about law. They only operate in one specific small section of the entirety of jurisprudence.
Like doctors.
Like specialists. Yeah.
Yeah, specialists. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Like probate specialists.
Divorce
That's
Mhm.
what they are. They're probate specialists. And they don't even realize it's what they are. They think they're practicing law. No, you're not, dude. You're practicing
Hey, but if you put them all together, that you can get to the moon. Yeah. Oh, what I'm, you know, I guess that's what I meant by that is that if you compartmentalize them all, you could take over the world. Because they don't know what they're doing necessarily is truly evil at the end of the day.
They follow orders. That's it.
Right. But yeah, okay. I hope you got what I was trying to say there.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm reinforcing it. Yeah. No, I'm reinforcing because what you're saying is exactly right. And that's,
they're doing the same thing with them as they did with the people at NASA that believe that they accomplished this great feat.
no, yeah, it's exactly what and NASA is even roped into this whole situation that we have.
Yeah. And they're doing it in the medical community too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, these are the three great forks against us: is the medical pharmaceutical industry and the military industrial complex and the administrative court system.
And the
Hold on a
religion.
second. Take over for a second. I'll be right back.
I'd also put
Go
the
ahead and
religion
expound
in there
upon
too.
whatever.
Oh, Mojo, I wanted to talk to you. I watched you. I was up there at Plateauberfest, but you were kept running around. You wouldn't hold still. I was just like, I go up to walk towards you, and you just be like, walk over here, and you kept mucking with the PA system. So now I know exactly who you are. I totally remember.
Okay. Well,
I remember Karen saying you drove all the way down to New York just to provide us with that equipment.
Well, it's a long story to that, but it kind of felt in a way it was inspired for it to be there. But
Yeah.
I just it's just throwing at me all of a sudden. I'm running the whole show and it's not commercial sound and video because this stuff was trapped. So okay, well I just happen to have mine and bam, let me just do it. Yeah.
Dude, you saved the day. I mean, those 2 days. I'm blown away.
I heard about.
I had no idea. I thought you were supposed to supply all the PA systems for the actual event, but you're saying you didn't?
No, I had no intention. I didn't know I was doing it.
So you just happen to have everything we needed in order to do it proper.
Yes, I actually
Wow.
decided to build a mini system. And I knew this place was a music camp and I knew they had more than one stage. And I said, well, maybe I'll just take it for the heck of it.
Oh my gosh, that is a great story.
It goes a little further than that because I had a friend ride with me. I just met her just a few weeks ago, and I said, "Hey, I'm going to Plateauberfest. Want to go?" And she bought a lot of stuff, and I said, "I don't know if I'm going to fit all this in my truck." And she's one thing I get in there was an equal flow power pack, like a generator, and so Friday night there was no power anywhere. We were out there with PA going, karaoke, lights.
Even on Friday?
Friday night with no power. That's
wow.
That's
I should have came up Saturday. I wished I had.
That's impressive,
my
man.
whole PA and everything with a little battery pack on Friday night.
Yeah.
So
did you get the picture I sent you, Ryan? With
Brian
okay,
David.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I didn't get a comment back, so I just wanted to say, okay.
No, I read email. That's why I gave you my phone number so you can text me because email's a process. And then also I have to check it, and I have like 5 of them. So you can just.
I can tell that you don't have a lot of time for email. I've noticed that. It's no big deal.
I don't have a lot of time for anything, man. You think I'm kidding you? Because like I have so much. I'm always advancing in one area or the other. Right. So, and there's a lot of irons in the fire. Ultimately, like I'm in a position where I'm tired of being a slave. So this will and this seal that you're working on is the most important thing that I'm interested in for me, what I want to watch. I find that great. I'm so happy that you're doing it. And I'm so happy you shared part of it tonight. Well, it takes, and let me tell you, it takes like from the one that worked, and I'm using that as a reference for like the organization of the document, but there's actually very little that I'm actually using myself other than the concept, because
Right.
the situation, like each word is chosen. So when I'm writing it, I have the document, I've got a dual screen system, and I have the document open on one page and I have Bouvier's Law Dictionary open on the other. And even simple words that you think like discretion, right? At my discretion or anything like that. Like ultimately at the end of the day, when people start catching on to this, like how this works and stuff, you're going to have some high powered common law attorneys trying to search these documents for defects.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm well aware. I've already thought about that.
Yeah, because like DC has common law attorneys. I don't know if you know that or not, but like there's actually a lawsuit that I showed the other night on my show. I don't know if you watched that far into it, but where there was the Democratic National Convention actually filed a common law suit against Russia. Right.
Right. I remember when you talked about that, and I just blew my mind. I was like, oh my gosh, they're using common law because that's the only venue they have.
It's the only venue. There's no contract or anything that could possibly give them cause for complaint against Russia other than just general law between nations, which is a form of common law. Absent.
So does Father Pope act as judge?
Well,
I'm curious.
Not with us, and that's the issue.
No, for the Democratic Party versus Russia. I mean, who's going to, sit in as judge? How's the court going to work?
This goes back to the spiritual thing. It's just to have it on record.
Hmm.
Do you know what I mean? It's not, what do they need? Do you think they want money or anything like that? No, it's just to have it on record. What do you think the only thing Russia would ever care about that being out there would be the fact that it's on record if it was true. You know what I mean? So it's just an accusation anyways, because how do you even pursue that? How do you sue that out? How do you sue out that between, And so it was more just to get it on paper, I think, but.
Oh, okay. To legitimize it.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it.
Just to get it on record. And that's my opinion of it. But at the end of the day, and so just like choosing the words, because but then when it comes to people in dire situations, right, which, like if you're, like it's imperative, it's just getting something on the record, because you can always amend it later, which is what I was saying to the audience before, is like, so say you just put something like, I come before this court of record, having been found to be living of lawful age and capable of managing the affairs of my house or estate, right?
Yeah.
You just put that on the record, and then you put a simple contract. Anyone who tries to admit or administer this estate against the will of the heir and executor or whatever, you could put that in the previous document, saying I appoint the estate of whatever your name is on the birth certificate appoints your name, common law, which is first, middle, hyphen, middle, colon, last, as sole executor of the estate, right? And then in the next document, you put out a contract, basically be like, anyone who attempts to administer any portion or part of this system, don't use portion, because that's actually, I looked that up. I was going to use portion. And common law, portion is a part of an estate that is left to one child, like as in there's multiple children. And it's literally, and when you look through these old common law dictionaries, it all goes back. Everything goes back to estates and trust. The whole fucking thing, the whole system of current law is trust law. That's it. Everything is trust law. Everything is trust law. Everything.
So to go back to your comment about these high-powered common law lawyers in Washington. So if you think about it, they start trying to take these wills down that people are dropping into the county courts. What would happen is iron sharpens iron. And you got very few people, and you have a lot of people. If a lot of people started doing it, like I said, people are going to walk in there and they're going to have setbacks, but like in Mojo's case, and basically, I think the internet wins, the hive mind wins.
Well, it doesn't. So this is the beautiful thing about common law and why they want to get rid of it. There is no democracy that can win against it. It was intentionally designed, and our republic under the Articles of Confederation was intentionally designed to protect the individual from the masses.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
100%, because one man and the law is a majority. Like Zen says, like Bill Thornton says, like it's the truth. Like it's okay, so fine. You all 99% of you want to come at me. I'm going to put this on the record. Now disprove it in court. Oh, not one single one of you can disprove this? Well, then what are you going to do? Nothing.
Well, you also said something earlier. Just get something simple on the record, something that they can't dispute. Because the bigger you make it, the more chances you have to make a mistake, correct?
Well, that's true to a certain degree, but you also want to cover, as your knowledge increases in the law and the various facets of the law, right?
Yeah.
You're going to understand and you're going to see different deficiencies in the work that you have written. Like that's happened with me. I don't know how many times you just say, oh, well, I wrote that when I did not know this, apparently, because you're going to see the loopholes they would see in what you've written. But my point in saying get something simple down on the record of just to refute the presumptions of death, right? Rebut the presumption of death, rebut the presumption of infancy and incompetence, and put yourself as executor. And the reason why I think Zen is actually genius, I don't know if he came up with that or who did, but it's brilliant because there cannot be everything that's happening. All of these court, traffic court doesn't matter. Criminal court doesn't matter. It's an administrative hearing. The case before them, even if it's a crime, is actually just a breach of trust because the only way they can deal with crime is common law, which is actually criminal law under common law and would require a grand jury and to indict if it's infamous, or at least a petite jury if not, which one is 24, the other's 12, and a real grand jury is 25, but we're not going to get into that tonight. That's
I hear you. Okay.
So everything is just the administration of the estate, and the judge is not actually a judge ever. The judge is a special administrator. Okay. Now, if you put on the record with a time limit, and I did forget to say it, and this is the most important part, everything you post on the record, you put a time limit for anyone to come forth to rebut your claim.
Correct.
And then you mail it to everybody that would rebut your claim. So they have been given notice of the claim. And if they do not rebut it within, say, 30 days, right, then it stands as the highest form of evidence in law. At law.
So when you say you send this to like what, Secretary of State, Governor, your county sheriff,
head probate judge,
the judge or the cop?
No, those are the peons. They operate under the jurisdiction that these others control, but secretary.
So you have to go to the head of the snake.
Chief probate judge, right?
Is that for your county or state? Because I assume that the highest you can go is the state that you how do you say it? Domicile in.
Right, but they presume you reside in it. So yes, so the head probate judge of your county should be sufficient. If you're not if you're transient, then you're probably not free or competent. But
okay, so let's go back. Let's go back to my question. I just want to make sure. So if you go and you file this for 30 days of rebutment, and then you're going to notify. Do you know who you're going to notify? Do you know who you're going to notify already?
Yeah, me personally, yeah, I do.
Okay, is that something you want to share, or are you just waiting? I'm just curious because like I'm like I was confused at who I would send this document to, so that they can't come back and say, well, we didn't know about this.
What'd you ask me if I'm waiting for? What am I waiting?
Well, I didn't know
what I'm doing.
Right. But once it's done, let's just assume that you filed it yesterday.
It's going to go to the head probate judge of my county, the head probate judge of the birth county, the Secretary of State of Michigan, the Secretary of the State of the United States. It's going to go to the president. It's going to go to the governor.
Okay.
And it's going to go to the IRS and the comptroller of currency.
Okay, awesome. That's what I wanted to know.
Those are all the people directly interested in the probation of my estate.
And because you domicile in the state of Michigan and not in the United States, why are you sending it to the president of the United States? And
because
you know,
because what's happened is, and I've been going like, so if I could explain to you guys how much I had to dig, they have eliminated. Let me show you guys a little rabbit. Well, first, remind me of the rabbit hole in case I forget, because I go down rabbit holes a lot. Remind me of say, the reason. Remind me of the reason that I am going to go down the probate code of Michigan, right? But here's the simple fact: is what they do, right? Is they presume you abandon at the hospital, and it's very deceptive, and it's hidden in the most minute parts of probate code, right? And they presume you're abandoned at the hospital, and then your mother registers you and abandons.
First two mistakes, correct? First two. You go to a hospital, and then your mother registers you. First two things that get you into this pickle, right? Yeah.
To remember when the doctor used to take the baby out of the room for a period of time?
Slap his ass.
Well, no, they used to take the baby out of the room, or they would have the baby stay at the hospital for a customary, like, several days, right? And then you'd come pick the baby up. Do you remember that? Or am
no? But what I get what you're saying is that once the mother has the birth, if she's ever without the baby the entire time she's in the hospital, is what you're saying?
Yes. There you go.
Ah, I get it. I get it.
Essentially, without expressing an intention to have the child returned or to return for the child, depending on the circumstances.
I get it.
Surrendered. It's called surrender.
Wow. Okay.
And so then the property.
That's tricky. Huh.
Yeah, the property is sheets to the state.
Right.
Okay. And then the state has already pledged all of its registered property to its full faith and credit, which is the registered property, to the United States for the bankruptcy of 1933. So then the United States, you become a United States citizen, especially once your parent goes and ignorantly gets a social security number for you and all that stuff, right? Now you're now there's this new trust created out of the estate. And it's the Social Security Trust. And then they mortgage that somehow, and they've got that stuff so under wraps. If there's somebody who could hack or do something to look into the exact process, but it ends up at the DTCC, Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, right, as collateral for the issuance of promissory notes that you call money.
Right. I get it.
Right. So that's the process. All right. So basically,
okay.
Hold on. And then you have the Buck Act. Which basically returns you to the jurisdiction of the state, but not as one of the people, but instead as a United States resident under the management and tax code of the state as a resident. So basically, the Buck Act was their way of giving the states a piece of the pie.
Right. I remember that.
And getting them to be complicit. And now, hey, we're going to let you babysit our infants because they live in your state. But they're not state citizens. They're residents. They're citizens of the District of Columbia. And but we're going to let you manage them. And as part of that, because of the debt, the trust indenture, you can charge them a state income tax. And whatever other revenue laws that you deem appropriate applicable to that indenture situation. And that's what's going on. So the states are 100% complicit. They're scumbags.
Yep.
They were doing it before the United States was doing it.
Like in the case of Michigan. It started out with ill intent to begin with, is what you talked about earlier.
Yeah. So
in their constitution. Okay.
The interesting thing about this is what I was going to show you guys is, well, I don't know if I have time to show you guys this evening, but here's the thing is, so like Yeah, I'll show you what I can, because I'll actually have to go through and read it, and I'd probably lose a bunch of people because I didn't highlight it and all that stuff. But I'll show it anyway, just to kind of, and then I'll prepare an entire discourse on this, because I actually only came across the last piece of this puzzle about a half hour before I even went live.
Oh, wow.
And the way that I did it was interesting because it exists nowhere on the web browser. Like, you can't put in a web browser search for it on even non-Google web browsers and come up with this. So I found this website that has pretty much every Michigan statute that has ever existed since before Michigan was even a state. And a lot of it is on Hathi Trust. And so,
What? Say that again.
Hathi Trust.
Hate? I never heard it. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So let's do this. So what you'll see here is this is one of the Michigan probate codes, right? And it says, let's see, transfer of newborn to hospital, physician report of abuse, neglect, or a child of a child placing agency. That's not the one we want to look at. Confidentiality. Oh, newborn surrendered to emergency service provider. Right? So it says the court has jurisdiction over a newborn who is surrendered to an emergency service provider provided in section 3 of this chapter, right? So immediately what you do is you go on to section 3. Unless this chapter specifically provides otherwise, a provision in another chapter of this act does not apply to a proceeding. Oh, wait, that's subsection 3. I meant to go to 3. Here we go. Conduct. So if a parent surrenders a child, and notice how it says conduct of an emergency service provider. This is how but the whole thing is about surrendering the child.
Right.
If a parent surrenders a child who may be a newborn to an emergency service provider, the emergency service provider shall comply with the requirements of this section under the assumption that a child is a newborn. The emergency service provider shall, without a court order, immediately accept the newborn, taking the newborn into temporary protective custody. The emergency service, that's why you go to the ER when you're giving birth, by the way. So,
what? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
You kind of lost me there. Or you do want to go to the ER, or you shouldn't?
No,
or everybody does.
That's where you go. It's not what you plan on when you're having your baby.
Yeah, but women get induced, so they don't go to the ER for that. It's scheduled.
No, the exception is never the rule, and the rule is never the exception.
Okay.
So what, you have like 0.5% of people getting induced? How would that stop them from doing this to get the other 99.95% of people?
Okay. Well, then, like you said earlier, all they got to do is take the baby out of the room temporarily and abandon. Correct?
Right. So provide the parent with written material, blah, blah, blah. And this is pretending like they're surrendering, like they don't want the baby. They carried it to full term.
Mm-hmm.
But what it does is it cites, let's see, at some point, can't remember how I came to this one. That's why I said I got to get the information together. But it cites this Born Alive Infant Protection Act to define surrender, right? Says surrender of newborn, which I have to also.
And don't doctors also rotate in and out of emergency rooms and their schedules, so they could be considered emergency?
Surrender of newborn to emergency service, confidentiality of newborn's mother and father, because they have to make you appear that you're abandoned, right? Or a bastard, which is why they always put your mother's maiden name, not her married name.
Yeah.
So, and then this, so it keeps citing chapter. I'm just going to go through this quickly because like the exact process of how I found what I found, I'll have to go through it again. But so it keeps citing chapter 12 of the Probate Code of 1939. So then we hop over to the Probate Code of 1939. Now look at the first 10 chapters, or 8 chapters, right? No, 10. Yeah, 10 chapters. Decedents estates. Well, that's what you're labeled in the IRS. Guardians and wards. You are a ward. Fiduciaries. The judge is a fiduciary. Estates or disappeared persons, right? All this stuff. This is how they're going to deal with this. And remember, it's right after the Emergency Banking and Relief Act of 1933. So this is Michigan's implementation of the new debt currency system. And they must, by necessity, take you into trust by sheeting you under presumption. And that is exactly the title of all these chapters. Estates or disappeared persons, right? Yeah. Testamentary trustee or guardian, right? Yeah. Trust company or judge, collection of assets and claims, right? And sale, mortgage, or lease of property, right? Which is how they get you to the bank, and Michigan Adoption Code. All repealed. Now, I challenge
What was that? Repealed?
Repealed, and you cannot find this. Not on the Michigan government website.
Well, I noticed it said caution across it. What does that mean? There was a watermark. I thought I saw.
Where? No, that was on that was the born alive infant. And what they say is, oh, this law is old law, which under common law there'd be no such thing. There'd be no such thing as old law because people don't write laws at all. Right? And that's how you know you're under statutory fucking Roman civil law horseshit. So these were, and I challenge anybody to find a full copy of Act 288 of 1939 in Michigan. I challenge you, because I've been looking for a week and a half, and I did finally find it, actually. But it was difficult, and I had to actually look in an old revised statute book, right? Of Michigan from a website that happened to compile them, which I don't think they'll be around for very much longer. And
they're going to get archived.
Let me see. I think it is this one. Yeah. So, share screen. This is actually the public acts from Babel.hate, which I think that's hilarious. Anyways, it's called Babel and Trust, but Babel.hatetrust, right? .org. And this
is the name of the website?
Yeah. This is the probate court or probate code that you cannot find on the internet by searching. You actually have to go into a database like this and search it. Now, I wasn't going to bring it up tonight because I have not had a chance to read it and pick out the gems for you guys. But I mean, just on basic cursory glance, certificate of admission of will to probate, right? Every will when proved, so they're making sure that your will is actually going to pass the test. This is how bad they want your estate. Like if the will isn't done exactly right? Attested copy of every will devising lands, any interest, blah, blah, blah. Minor nominated as executor. When the person named executor in any will is under full age at the time of proving the will. Notice this all goes back to the Magna Carta because that's what it says. If he has to be of lawful age, and he'll be given his estate without fine and without whatever the other word, fee is what I want to keep saying, but that's not what it said. Remedy without relief. Yeah, without relief and without fine. That's what it says. Proving the will, administration shall be granted with the will annexed during the minority of the executor, unless there shall be another executor who shall accept the trust and give bond. And in that case, look, so they're, even if you wanted to appoint a minor, they come up with a clause to steal away the ability to do that. They say, unless there shall be another executor who shall accept the trust and give bond. And in that case, the executor who shall give bond shall have letters testamentary, which means they get to control what's done with the estate till the minor comes of age, right? That's insane. I just read that for the first time. And so you could even, because in certain circumstances, you can appoint a minor as executor, but they immediately strip that away from you to get control of your property right there with that. That's fucking insane, dude. When all executors appointed in any way, when all executors appointed in any will shall not be authorized according to the provisions of this chapter to act as such as are authorized shall have the same authority to perform every act and discharge every trust required and allowed by the will, and their acts shall be as valid and effectual for every purpose. So they'll just take it over even if you have somebody else operating in non-statutory law and do what they want. Right. So we get down to by Z, same hearing, order, payment. That's why I said I haven't gone through this, but I'm just cursory glancing.
Yeah.
Just to see what I pick out. There's a reason they took all 10 chapters out of that probate code, and they refer to it in all their codes they use to presume you abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But they won't let you read it.
Wow. Huh.
Well,
so you would probably have to go to some office and request it and go in the, what do they call it, the safe room or whatever. You can't take pictures.
I had to dig through the fucking internet to find a database that has an old law book using the number of the Act 288 of 1939, and find when it was passed.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not on the government website anymore.
Huh.
That's how deceptive they are. This is the links you have to go through to learn the truth, and everyone should be great.
So they're doing basically what YouTube is doing to certain shows. Like they're just not indexing it, and unless you have the actual link, you're not going to find it.
Exactly. The estate and interest.
So they can say, hey, it's still here. We didn't delete it. But good luck finding it.
Because the very first thing they did was establish a probate court. Before they ever even became a state, they established a Michigan probate court. This was their intention the entire time. I can't tell you how much it pisses me off because I know it's true.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I live in South Carolina, and I'm sure they have similar laws here, but this state probably didn't start out that way.
No, definitely not South Carolina, especially since they're South Carolina.
Right. And so I could assume any state after Michigan was following the same template, probably.
I'm trying to see if I can find Windows election. I want to see where they're talking about surrendered, which is actually a admiralty term, by the way.
Using a word search? Or can you?
No,
Because it's photographed.
I don't know if I can.
Okay. Is it a photograph or is it a searchable document?
They're photographs.
Oh, great.
Yeah, they're scanned in. That's the only way you can find it, dude. It's nowhere. I challenge anybody else to find chapters 1 through 10 of Michigan Probate Code in 1930. I've been looking literally for a week and a half, and I just found it tonight. Right before I got on. That's why I wasn't going to bring it up. I was going to look into it, but we're already here, so.
You could be self-employed just doing what you're doing in your research, just by finding things for people. You could make a killing.
Yeah,
it just cracks me up.
If I could get out of the rat race long enough to start a business, I'm sure that's true, right? But that's why I'm just going to break their system. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad anymore. I'm just going to break it. And it's
I'm glad to hear that, because when there's hate in your heart, it doesn't work. You got to be cool as shit. I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty much just there's no reason to be mad. It's just people allowed it to happen, but I'm gonna break it.
You need to be civil.
I'm gonna break
civil.
it. If you call breaking it civil, then I'm gonna break it civilly. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. So look at this is interesting. Every illegitimate child shall be considered as an heir of his mother and shall inherit her estate. Well, damn, that's great for Michigan. That means that you don't even have to fight about being a bastard. It's perfect. Because bastard automatically disinherits you. That's why they do that. But clearly not in Michigan. How about that, right? Computation, rights of representation, post-adopted child, descent through adopting parents, advancements, considered part of the estate upon. Oh, wow. That right there is your Federal Reserve notes. Any estate, real or personal, that may have been given by the intestate in his lifetime as an advancement to any child or other lineal descendant. Okay. So far as it regards. Okay. That's not what I thought it was. Advancement. I want to try to find. Look at how long this is, though. Like this.
How many pages is it?
We're getting into some partition, distribution, conveyance. Well, the point is I'm going to have to read through this line by line because there's something in here that they have taken great pains to make sure that we don't know. And so
Yeah, they definitely are trying to occult this information.
look at
And
this.
no, and they can't come back and say, well, this is old law, because they have to prove that they repealed it, correct?
Well, no, here's the thing about repealing it. So when it comes to common, so all the statute law, it's all just expressions of law, right? It's expressions of law. When they repeal something, what they simply do is put it back in piecemeal in separate sections. So they'll put it all together in one act.
Okay.
Hope nobody looks at that act. And then they'll repeal the act and take the provisions from the act and put it into the agencies or departments that have already been created by that act.
Interesting. Okay.
It's brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, we're dealing with some incredibly smart psychopaths.
Well, they're not that smart, but they are smarter than your average person for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So certificate of nomination, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I'm gonna have to read through this, guys, before I actually give you the
That's
gems
cool.
out of it, because there's so much here. But let me just tell you, this was a hard one find right here.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Well, no,
Okay.
just
Got a
do
quick
just
question.
do a search on any of your Google. Anybody at home, do a search for Michigan Probate Code 1939, Chapter 1.
Well, look at it this way. Let's say you're trying to find something. You could send it out to, your trusted people and say, hey, help me find this if you have time. It'd be interesting. And it might save you some time.
Well, I'll definitely email you in the future, but I found this only because I had a resource that I found other things, and it's literally, let me show you guys. If it's up. Did I leave it up? Yeah, this website. advancinggenealogist.com, historic Michigan. And they just so happen somebody, God bless them, has went through and found the different source links for all of these going all the way back to 1805. Well, they don't have one for the Woodward Code. Now, it's funny, when I looked up Woodward, he seems like he's a good dude, and they called him eccentric. And the Bar Association actually gave him a recognition, or what do they call it? A monument, right? They gave him a monument, but they don't really say anything about him. And I think he was on our side. And Woodward is, of course, Woodward Avenue, Woodward Cruise. It's a main part of founding the state. You guys probably don't know that, but
labeling somebody eccentric is similar to saying that you're not right, kind of like a conspiracy theorist or whatever.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
So they disparaged him.
Well, you're not going with
politely.
You're not going along with our plan, and even though you're right, we're not going to present your viewpoint to future generations because we're
going to label you to. I get it,
but we're going to honor you simultaneously because you are right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what it all boils down to. And so then you look at Lewis Cass, right? The Cass Code of 1816. Now, Lewis Cass was actually part of the cabinet of Andrew Jackson, who was the only president to defeat the banks in American history.
Yeah.
And also notice there's no link to his code. Right?
Okay.
And
so that's something else to look for. You want to see that as well, is what you're saying.
Yes. Now you're getting it. That's how you research. Why is that not available? Why is that hard to find? Right? Because I guarantee you, if it served this administrative probate agenda, it would be top of the list, but you can't find it. And now the research I did on them individually, right? People aren't going to like to hear this, but both of them were Freemasons, and also Lewis Cass was in the cabinet of Andrew Jackson, who killed the bank. Right? Pretty interesting. And
so
then,
what you're saying, Cass was not on our side, is what you're saying?
No, Cass was 100% on that. Well, I don't know 100. I would have to read the Cass code, but the circumstantial evidence indicates, and the disdain with which, but so he probably was. I would have to look into it more. And Woodward, that's what I'm saying. Andrew Jackson was a Mason. He definitely was on our side because he fucking killed the bank.
Mm-hmm.
He said it on his deathbed. Did you know Jackson was a Mason?
No.
Definitely was. And he fucking killed the bank. And it took him like over 70 years to recover from the ass kicking he gave him. So then you got an act concerning the militia of the territory of Michigan. Now I can find this, right? We had our own military. And how many people even know we had a skirmish with Ohio?
Yeah, you mentioned that. Oh, your dad is the one that talked about that.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Was it Toledo? The little jog in the bottom of Michigan? Ohio won?
So there's actually legislation concerning border security of our country of Michigan.
Does anybody know what the actual reason was for that?
Territory.
Well, no, it doesn't seem like it, No, there must have been something there that they really wanted. Well, because it's kind of like Russia and Ukraine fighting over the Donbass.
It's resources, dude. It's all it ever comes down to is collateral.
So I wonder what it was. I'm just curious.
Yeah. So whatever territory they were fighting over is a resource rich.
It was a lithium mine.
Well, not then, but yeah.
I get it. I know. I'm just being facetious.
And then so you got the laws of the territory of Michigan, right? So on and so forth. And they're all from different Google books or Hathi Trust. So some of these you'd have to actually buy, or I don't know if you can read for free on Google Books, but other ones you can read for free on Hathi Trust. And so what I came up with the idea, since I couldn't find it anywhere on the internet, the actual original probate code, well, I was like, well, I know it's Act 288 of 1939. So what I did was went down here to 1939, clicked on it. 1939, Hathi Trust. You see it's purple. I clicked on it, and then I went to Act 288. And now I have that information they were hiding from me, and they can suck a fat dick.
Do you think Zen would have that case? What you mentioned case? You think Zen might have something in his documentation?
Maybe. He's smarter than he lets his viewers even know. Like, he has more information that he even gives to his viewers, and I've picked that up. But also, his view is so grand that he misses how important the minute details are. Like how he says, I don't want to learn about commercial law or any of that. So, well, actually, you kind of have to, in a way. Not because you want to use it, but because you want to see how this administration is being expressed.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Because it all has to go back to the original source of it, and it cannot violate like certain common law principles, like taking care of the property, which he knows that.
That's brilliant, because now you're looking at the evolution or the justification.
Right. You get to see the justification down through the advancement of the scheme, basically.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. Oh, shit. I wasn't even showing you guys this here. Hold on. My bad. Why didn't you tell me?
No, I don't know.
Historic Michigan.
I'm on my phone, so I can't read the document you're on.
Historic Michigan, guys. This is it. It's got everything back from, well, it's called advancinggenealogist.com, and it has historic Michigan statutes. It'll probably be struck from the internet tomorrow now that I've said it. Because even though we don't have a large following here, dude, like, this information is incredibly detrimental, because this is all the people wondering, is it UCC? Where does it come from? How does UCC, where any of all the things that, in the same way flat earth, in the same way Globers go through that progression to become understanding of a flat earth, whether you believe it or not, there's no curvature, is the same way that you go from this huge mystery of like what is law to breaking it down to its simple foundation of, okay, so there's only two forms of law. There's statutory, which is written, man-made, And
Yep.
there's common law, which has existed from time immemorial. It goes all the way back to the first people, right? You just don't hurt people. It's always been unlawful. There was never a point in time where you could just murder somebody and it was okay.
So the first statute was the Hammurabi Code.
No,
That was written?
Oh yeah, no, you said that correctly. It was the first statute. Yeah, it was.
Wow. Okay.
Well, it's the first recorded that we have that we can actually
True.
attribute.
True.
Right.
That we
And
can
then
historically point to.
What was Babylon also destroyed for? Or the tower?
Sin.
Rather. The tower.
Yeah, the tower.
What was
Trying
the
to be
tower
God.
doing? What was
Wow,
the tower?
Has anybody read the Hammurabi Code? Can you find that and read that?
I have.
Because I only heard about it. I don't know if it exists. I just hear about it. I don't know. Just curious.
No, it definitely exists, and I have it on my computer. But it's basically just it's your first maritime admiralty commercial law. It's the first law of merchants that we have record of.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just basically trade. And that's the whole key is all statutes revolve around trade. Okay, all private law, all man-made law, which is not actually law, it's just color of law, is trade. And it's founded upon it should be founded upon common law principles of what is right. And then of course they say, well, we haven't dealt with things that have not happened yet. So let's create this other jurisdiction called chancery. Right, where we can actually control what people might do, which became equity, right?
Yeah, that's pre-crime.
Pre-crime, right? And then when they created the Constitution, the subversive document, they made sure to put those two forms in there instead of just law. So law and equity, because equity opened the back door in the same way that the unspoken probate open the back, because they didn't have to tell you about probate. It was automatically at that time understood by the people who knew the law at that time that you were adopting the common law of England. That's what you referred to as law. And part of that common law of England was the administration of intestates or decedent estates of which the heir is not of age. And that's how they did it. That's the whole key. It's right there. It's that simple.
Yeah, I see it now.
All we have to do is create these excuses of why these people who are grown are infants, like you're a spendthrift, you're a lunatic, you're a like whatever, right? Just
you signed up for a driver's license,
you're
Social
incompetent,
Security card,
right?
Yeah.
So you accepted a benefit from the government, therefore you can't manage your affairs, and we can take your estate now. And it's literally what they did. I wonder if I know I have it up, and I was looking through it.
So I have something that I've been thinking about. So I had a friend of mine, they had a home birth, and basically I coined it a off the books baby. No social security number, no birth certificate as of yet. So no, everything you're working towards is to get your estate back that they basically took from you, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so let's pretend that this child was protected from a birth certificate, social security, driver's license, all that stuff, but came to the age that he or she wanted to work or have a bank account, because you still have to have these things in order to operate. So at that point, you would have to do some things inside, because this is what I'm thinking. If
Trade work.
Well, no, not necessarily, because
trade work, that's it. 1099, they can't collect anything from you, and then you file the proper paperwork to make sure that they know they can't collect anything from you. It's that simple.
Okay.
Because you can provide for yourself. I work 1099.
Right, but how do you get a bank account? Things like that. Why
would you want one?
It's very difficult in this world not to have one.
Well, that's what we're trying to change.
Okay.
No, why would you want a bank account? When you give your money to the bank, they're not holding your
money.
I
know. Trust me, I know.
You gave your money to them.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And then they keep a ledger. Deposit, there's no legal definition for deposit. Right? So
I did not know that.
Yeah, when you give them The deposit.
You mean
Well,
legal or
rather,
lawful? You got me confused
there's a
now.
legal, no lawful definition for deposit, rather.
Ah,
Legal, they've created statutory construction, but here's the thing: is when you give it to them in the statutory construction, destruction is more accurate. You will see that you're actually loaning it to them, and the receipt that you receive is just a receipt of the money that they owe you. So
it's not even a security.
No, it's not a security, not even slightly.
Wow.
And so in the event that the bank is in hot water, that's called a bail-in, right? They've legislated statute to where they can take your money and use it for their own survival and tell you to get fucked.
Right.
First.
That's like just basically what David Rogers Webb talks about. You know who David Rogers Webb, right?
I have no idea, dude. I just read the law. I don't watch very many other people. Zen caught my attention when you sent him to me because he actually said stuff that aligned with what I know. Other people.
No, that was great. I was so happy to hear that because Zen was the first person that I came across in my search for somebody that I could understand that really resonated with me because it sounded like the truth.
Well,
it just made sense.
It didn't just sound like the truth to me. I know it's true.
That's awesome to hear. That's really
because
cool.
he basically took different aspects of knowledge that I already had, in the way that he presented it, rearranged it in the proper order, and showed me that historically, throughout the history of civilization, civilized mankind has operated under this all the way back to ancient Egypt, houses as the first political subdivision. It's only the last 150 years that knowledge has been erased.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
So the Egyptians had houses, the Greeks had houses, the Romans had houses, right? The English had houses. Everyone had houses, and that was your political protection.
Do you have a definition of what a house is? Because I'm kind of lost on when you say house. Is that your entire estate?
It's your state.
Okay. All right. House is just another term for your estate. Okay.
No, your state.
Oh, your state.
Yeah.
I get it.
So
Yeah.
All of these
state of mind. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Like an original, well, not just state of mind, but that is part of the definition of it. But the state, so all throughout history, all throughout the early documents and lawful documents of this country, when they write the word state, they write the word with a lower capital S.
Right.
And that's because the state itself is not a sovereign. The state is composed of sovereignty, which means the state is composed of individual sovereign houses that have chosen to come together under a common goal, right? Common end. So the state is not sovereign. It never has been. The houses are sovereign, and they each vest a portion of their sovereignty into the state to perform specific obligations.
Right.
Right. So that's a fact. That's how it works. When it says the very first article of the Bill of Rights in the Michigan Constitution from 1835, the first Constitution says all political power is vested in the people. Right. And then it is there, which is a proper way of saying it because it's vested by God, right? Which is the only sovereign above the people. And then the people thereby vest the political power in what they formed. The creator can never be subject to the created. That's why no atheist will ever understand this.
I love that saying. Most people confuses them when I say that to them.
Yeah, the creator can never become subject to the created. Except in few circumstances, which is where they probably extrapolated all their probate horseshit from, which is when you become old enough that you're infirm or senile, then your creation obviously takes care of you, which
diminished. Yeah. Or similar to an infant.
To probate, right? The creation can take care of the created under incapacity.
Right.
And that's the only way they've been able to take us over and control us. Is it
does Zen know who you are?
No.
Okay, I was just curious.
Nope. Maybe one day I will reach out to him, but he knows it all, man. So you can't. How do you have a conversation with somebody who knows it all? Not really sure.
Well, yeah, and the arrogance, I just, I see that. Because when you read his rules of conduct in the group, he mentions like no gurus. And I remember one time I asked him a question, not directly, and I mentioned a guy by the name of George Gordon, who was teaching common law in Missouri. He's dead now. And he said, no, I haven't heard of him. And then he basically reiterated the line saying no gurus, no mention of other gurus in this
right, which
forum.
means no competition. I welcome all three people to come and challenge my understanding of things. I know what I know, but I know I do not know everything. So if you have some alternative viewpoint that you're willing to discuss, you're more than welcome up here. And here's the thing about that, the no gurus thing is, well, he is a guru. That's the,
I know. I know
all definitions. And so like, I'm not knocking his work, and it's highly advantageous if people are capable of understanding what he says, which, I understand what you're saying when you said it. To me, he was speaking plain English from the first time I listened to him.
Yeah, but to me, you speak plain English, and then I go back to Zen, and I'm starting to understand what he's saying.
Right. And that's
you make a lot more sense. Yeah, sorry.
He's doing it from the attorney work product doctrine. And I've thought this many times when I'm listening to him. I'm like, dude, like the excessive amount of paperwork in his document profile that he recommends people purchase from him is attorney work product doctrine, because just the kill warrant, in my opinion, is necessary, and maybe an expatriation document. That's it. Those two documents, because it takes care of everything. Anything beyond that is just redundant. It's redundant. It says everything right in the very first instance. Like that's it.
Yeah, those two things you just mentioned, I'm not familiar with.
Attorney work product doctrine?
No, the two examples, like the unpatriation and the one you said before.
So expatriation is basically denouncing your citizenship of the federal corporation, right? So I could see where that may be necessary, but really the original declaration and standing orders for the trustees of your estate takes care of everything. Okay.
Do you think it's a psyop that they have so many people running around saying, we're the patriots, we're true patriots?
Well, the word patriot in itself means like you're loyal to daddy. So
that's what I thought. So you have all these people that, want to get back to the Constitution and be patriots. It's kind of a psyop in itself.
We have to. So the Constitution was written because the Articles of Confederation was not fair to the other side. Both sides knew, like they were on either side of each other, and they both knew what the other wanted to do. That's why it was a big chess match.
Yeah, Mike Gaddy was the first person that convinced me of all that.
Yeah, they totally knew what each other was going to do. Like, absolutely. Yeah. And the Articles of Confederation was not fair to the dark side.
Right.
So that's why the Constitution was made. And the Constitution is a fair document. Has enough loopholes for the dark side to exploit through your ignorance, and it also has enough protections for you to use to thwart that.
So it is fair, is what you mean by that statement?
And so the Constitution is fair. Yes.
Okay.
Now,
but if we didn't have the Constitution, we had the Articles of Confederation, we wouldn't have to be fighting this necessarily.
Right, but then you're getting into the spiritual laws of things, which is whole different subject.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yes, we should have kept the Articles of Confederation, told them to go fuck themselves, but I don't know what kind of repercussions would have happened from that, or what it would have, allowed and stuff like that. So the Constitution itself, like right now with this administrative system, they're operating constitutionally. They're just operating outside the Constitution through a back door that was grandfathered in by the common law, which is that of administration and probate. See, that's why they officially only tell you there's 4 jurisdictions, which is what tonight's show is about. There's 4 jurisdictions officially. And that is common law, equity. Common law is do no harm. Equity is the enforcement of agreements. Military is obviously military, court martial.
Yep.
And then admiralty, which is what the federal government was supposed to be primarily concerned with, dealing with international trade, and all of that, which was prevalently done by ships at the time. And so they were primarily concerned with admiralty. But the 5th jurisdiction, which many jurists, juristic authors have written about as its own jurisdiction, is ecclesiastical. It's probate. And it was never spoken about in the Constitution. Right? But it was grandfathered in as part of common law. This was just already part of something that is never supposed to be written down. Now, originally it wasn't part of that, and that's why the Magna Carta is so deceptive, because they slipped it in there and then let it simmer for about 8 or whatever it was, 5 centuries, right?
Yeah.
And then once we were like, okay, so our law is English common law minus the king, and everybody's like, yeah, English common law, no king, cool. Yeah, well, what you're forgetting about is probate and William the Conqueror.
Yeah.
And so William the Conqueror was allowed to slide into our country posthumously, right? And do the same fucking shit he did in England. And that caused the Magna Carta, which is presume you to be incompetent in some form or fashion, whether that be death or infancy or whatever, and then allow the state to take control of your estate. And then that progressed on such a slow boil with enough external trauma, Civil War, World War I, Great Depression, World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War, simmered long enough to, by the time you get to the 60s, they now have complete control of almost everyone's estate. And all the old wisdom and knowledge of the law is gone. So they're like, oh, great. Now we can go ahead and switch over to commercial code and put everything under administrative process, because now we're just making up our own law now. Because we're taking care of infants. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do. I've listened to enough of your work that I'm starting to see the big picture. Now it's really, really well spoken. I mean, it makes perfect sense to me now.
So, and that's how they were able to do it. Go ahead.
Well, I had one question. This goes back to Mojo. So when the judge made the statement, I'm going to ask, and then corrected himself, he opened himself up for Mojo to say, basically say no, but he didn't. No. He said the next statement, and Mojo didn't have the opportunity to say no.
No, it was already open, and the judge recognized that, but was banking on the fact that Mojo did not recognize that and started saying no more motions. Because what Mojo could have done at that point in time, having control of the court and there not having been jurisdiction established, is said, I move to dismiss this case.
Right. So the other guy that
frantically said no more motions, no more motions. Because he was the sovereign of the court. The judge is never the sovereign of the court. And in common law, there's not even a judge. Right? Well, I take that back. The judge is sovereign of the court today in this chimera administrative system, because he has usurped your sovereignty through the control of your estate.
Right.
So,
and that's why putting your will on the record at the county basically takes it back.
Takes it entirely back, and then you serve me with it.
I got it.
Yeah. So now you have filed paperwork against me, and I'm going to send you this. And now if you choose to proceed, then you're entering this contract willingly, because I've process served you this. And so there's absolute proof that you received it, whether you read it or not my problem. And, if you continue forward, it's binding and you're in this agreement. That's how the dude's got $6,800,000 judgment against the judge.
Yeah. In
the opinion of the arbiter on that case, literally said that he willingly and knowingly entered into the agreement. That's why the judge ruled or awarded
Or the arbiter.
Yeah. Well, the arbiter,
Okay.
whatever. Same
Yeah.
thing. It's ultimately all the same thing. The person who either pretends to be in charge or actually is, whatever they are. But the arbiter awarded the Drew for that contract because it was done right. Like, listen, you gave him notice. He didn't have to enter it. You know, it was just business as usual when he first issued you a ticket or whatever, but then you sent him this paperwork that's on the record expressing your will and that you're the executor, and he can no longer be the administrator because you can't have an administrator and an executor simultaneously. Right?
Yeah, and he's trying to administer your estate, and he
And
has
he
no
entered
power
the
to.
contract knowingly because he received the paperwork and disregarded it. And in the paperwork, it's a performance contract, which means if you continue to perform in this manner, you are entering this contract. And so it's not by verbally saying yes. That's how it's the same trick they use against us. It's not by him saying yes. It's by him continuing forward. And it's
like you said, it's like reverse engineering what they did to us.
It's exactly, and it's brilliant. And I give him credit for taking the time to research that stuff for sure, because that's a lot. He's probably got about like 14 or 15 years on me in researching this stuff, and he has done his homework. So there's no question. And it is fortunate that he's put that out there, but he's missing a couple very key things. And that's, in my opinion, it's the details. Because he's, again, narcissistic in it to a certain degree, and he feels like
you might be I think you might be right.
Nobody-
So when you talked about Mojo taking control of that court, the only other time I've heard mention of that was that gentleman out of California. I think I sent you some of his videos. He's on. You remember the guy who had long white hair, and he was talking about how he he creates the court.
Yeah, it's what you do. The court is ours.
Right.
The only
like
create are by a portion of our sovereignty for specific purposes, but the courts are ours. When one sovereign has a problem with another sovereign, instead of killing each other, we take it to a court of record.
I'm going to go back and watch those videos because I need to understand that better, is what I'm saying. That was interesting. You've briefly touched about it, but he was talking about taking control of the court. Like, it's my court. Now it's my court.
It's a fundamental shift in your understanding.
It is.
Of what the court is. So, like in England, common law is the king's bench, right? Or became after William the Conqueror, right? And so the king, the sovereign, would declare the law. Okay. Well, over here, there is no king and we're all sovereigns, right? And then you have a parallel branch with that in England, which was chancery, which is now equity in this country. And chancery was basically where the priests got together and they were like, hey, king, we know you're busy with all this stuff. Why don't you go ahead and let us hold your conscience and take care of these cases for you? So they gained the sovereignty of the king to issue their own discretion as priests. Okay. Well, the reason that there was a lot of thought that went into founding the initial law of this country under the Articles of Confederation. It was like, well, what the king had was great if the king recognizes natural law and common law, like William Blackstone and John Locke and those guys, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to make everyone sovereign. We're all kings now, and we create our court when we have an issue with someone else. And as protection against somebody being a crazy ass person and just making up crazy laws about their house. Like if you walk in front of my house, you owe me 1 million horses or some just stupid laws, right? Which is possible.
Pink shoes.
Then you're going to make the superior sovereignty a jury of peers. And so that's why you have the right to trial by jury. If the law that you're being brought to court under by another sovereign is fucking stupid, and the sovereign is holding that court, so he's the tribunal until you ask for a jury. And then you get a jury of your peers, and a jury of your peers, fellow sovereigns from your neighborhood who know you. That's what your jury is. And they get together, and they hear the case, and go, that's fucking stupid. And that's called a jury. That's called a jury nullification.
I love it. Yep. I like that.
Right. That's a stupid law. No.
Well,
No, it's
there's
not.
so many stupid laws that juries would be like, I'm not going to do that to my fellow, neighbor. Huh.
Right.
Wow.
And so that's the whole thing. That's why the jury and a grand jury is a political force unto itself that is more powerful than any other governmental body in this country. And if we could just get 25 people in the state of Michigan or any state together who actually know the stuff that I'm describing, you could take down the whole fucking state government by indictment.
Yeah, I sent you a. Okay.
The grand jury,
yeah.
because it's in the Magna Carta, you can get every person in the county, in the state, to swear allegiance to the grand jury and form a militia to protect the grand jury, and the grand jury is lawfully doing what is in its power to do, which is pretty much any fucking thing it wants within the law.
So this grand jury of 25 people, I sent you a document. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, where it was basically saying how that's not a true thing. I'll have to dig through my sent emails and find it again.
Well, they're ignorant because it's in the Magna Carta.
Well, it was written to basically fool people, I think. And it was a
Yeah,
guy that started doing 25-person grand juries, and they basically finally got him in jail. I can't remember the guy's name.
Yeah, because he probably wasn't doing it properly.
I think you're right.
As an infant. You cannot. That's what I mean by 25 people have their paperwork. That's exactly. You have to have that legal protection of separating yourself from infancy, because there's nothing to stop them from just throwing you in jail for any old reason while you're an infant. That, in fact, they're doing you a service. Here, watch this and tell me what you guys think of this real quick, because I found this interesting. And this goes back to language and how they use language. Check this out.
TV shows have real witchcraft. Listen to this writer from the originals and Vampire Diaries.
There's a rumor that production was called by real witches of New Orleans saying you're playing with fire, you got to change up your chances. It's true.
So in season 1, when I was the writer's assistant, I wrote the chants, and I would go online and look up spells. I was like, why not? And then I'd change a couple words. I'd figure out a spell, and then go and change a couple words to French, and a couple words to Creole, a couple words to Haitian Creole. Or you can do Google Translate. Do Google Translate to Haitian Creole. And then I'd throw some Latin in. I was just making some spells, and then we got a call from a woman in New Orleans who was like, I think that you're playing with fire. I think that you're, what are you trying to do? You're putting these spells in everybody's living room all across America. We were cursing everybody watched the show. And then I started making the show a little weirder.
Share this video. Do TV shows have real witchcraft? Listen to this writer from the...
So this is one of the reasons I think they're getting rid of common law. Or they can never get rid of it, but they're making people lose knowledge of it. Because like I've told you guys, court is it's a ritual, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's why it's binding. And the common law words, trover is taking someone else's property for your own use, right? Replevin, stealing, right? With the names used, the words used in these old actions at law are powerful. That's why they give these fucking demons pause, right? Trespass. Now here's a funny thing they've done to change trespass. There is no trespassing. So when you see all these signs sold in the stores says no trespassing and all that stuff, right? That's not an actual word. That's a commercial term. It was made up. Undoubtedly to be able to apply that term. See, that's why they changed the words to fit them to their law, because jurisdiction means law words, right? Juris, law, diction, like dictionary, words.
Yep.
So they cannot use a common law word that's specifically a term that applies to a concept in common law. They cannot use it in commercial law. So in the Second Amendment, you have the right to bear what?
Arms, not firearms.
Exactly. But in commercial law, you have firearms.
Right. Yep.
They have to change these. So it's just called trespass. There's no trespassing, right?
What's the proper common law term?
Trespass.
Okay.
There's no trespassing.
The Yeah, because you haven't done any harm yet.
It's just trespass. You're guilty
Okay.
of trespass. You have trespassed. Right? But there's no passing. That's the thing about it. And like that little clip there just got me thinking about like the way that the language that they have. So 1984, George Orwell, right? The part where Winston asks him how the dictionary's going or whatever. He says it's going great. He says in 100 years from now, there's not a person alive who will understand the words we are speaking right now.
George Orwell, I saw something somewhere that was his pen name.
Yeah, it was
and
Sir
that his
Eric
last
Blair.
name is actually Blair.
Sir
Is that
Sir Eric Blair.
okay? Yeah, maybe I heard it through you. I can't remember.
Yeah,
Maybe it was your dad. Yeah.
He died the year after the book was released.
Hmm.
Right.
Eyes wide shut.
Well, that's the whole thing about people not believing that there's actually good people on the. You can't help what family you're born into, and you're not always a piece of shit just because you're born into a piece of shit family.
Yeah.
As JFK proved, the Kennedys are pieces of shit.
Yep.
With the exception of possibly RFK. I don't know him personally, but he did do a lot of good work countering the whole jab thing, right? So he was part of a whole coalition that was trying to stop that. So maybe he's all right. I don't know. Jury's still out on that, but most of the Kennedys are pieces of shit. John F. Kennedy was like, yeah, no, we're shutting down the CIA, right? We're getting rid of the central bank and we're not going into Vietnam.
Yeah. And he also said that there's secret societies. He was basically telling us.
Secret societies to a certain degree, but more so the CIA, which is basically one big secret society.
Well, isn't that the intelligence arm of the banking cabal?
Sort of. It gets deeper than that. So like at the top of the chain of everything, you have old Phoenician bloodlines, because this is what it all comes. It all goes back again to the Bible, and it's the one bloodline versus the other. And that's where you get the two streams of law and all that good stuff, right? So, but it basically goes back to the Phoenicians, which became the Venetians, which basically were placed as the trustees for the Unum Sanctum Papal Bull of Pope Boniface VIII, and in charge of administering all the human cattle for salvation. And then yeah, those families are actually still alive, around, and in power today, as we are speaking right now.
Wow. Yeah.
To the Orsinis, I would assume the Medicis are. So I know the Orsinis, the Aldobrandinis, Farnese. Those guys, you're talking about people that contribute to papal bloodlines. You're talking about people that the fucking kings and popes would never even look at in the eye. You know what I mean? Like that's that type of power. You're talking about wealth that's been accumulated from the beginning of civilization.
Yes. Yep.
And those families are still, when you watch like John Wick, the movie John Wick, right?
I can't handle it. It's just too much violence for me.
I dig it. It's badass, but that's my carnal side, I guess. It's badass. Yeah. But like, you know, he's part of the Continental, and the Continental is like basically got all these common law rules, basically, like no fighting on the grounds of the Continental, and you know, all that stuff. Like no business is what they say. No business is to be handled on continental grounds, basically, right? So, or sanctuary grounds, however they say it. You got all that, and then you get a little higher when you get to the last movie they made. And you've got these like basically nobles of the Continental who choose to like partake when they want to change something or whatever. And then ultimately at the top, you have the motherfuckers that own the Continental and own everything else.
So you're alluding that there's disclosure in the movie?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I might have to watch them now.
No, there's total disclosure. when he's trying to get, well, people who haven't seen it aren't going to understand what I'm saying, but when he's trying to get forgiven for his transgression or whatever, he goes out and wanders in the desert until he's about to die. And they basically say, like, either he'll find you or he won't. And it's supposed to be the guy in charge of everything, right? And he wanders through the desert till he's about to die, and he fucking basically passes out. And then all of a sudden this tent appears with, like, basically a fucking, I don't even know what you call him, like a Muslim, like a head Muslim dude, right?
Okay.
And basically takes him in, and he talks to him, and like this, the whole thing appeared out of nowhere, and he makes him cut his fucking finger off as penance, and then forgives him or whatever, right? So the reason I bring that up is because this is deeply intertwined in the three Abrahamic religions. The whole system of law is entirely deeply intertwined with the three Abrahamic religions. It is. It's just nothing else I don't say. It's like, and two out of those three have never introduced the concept of mercy.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And then one of them did. Yeah.
Well, I can tell you a story. I purposely didn't watch movies or TV for 2 years. And then my wife was like, hey, we'll watch a movie. And I purposely stopped doing it because I didn't want to see any violence. Because I heard that, the first movie I watched where there was, violence in it, I had a visceral reaction. It was
interesting. What would you do? What would you do, brother, if you had to defend your family?
Oh, I would fucking turn into a psychopath.
Is that why you don't? I can appreciate that. You don't want to see violence because it gets your bloodlust going. I get that.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't that. It's just that, the human mind isn't designed to see all that violence, Shouldn't have to. It was just a theory I had. I'd heard it somewhere. They said, like a kid by the age of such and such has seen so many murders, and I was like,
women and children aren't made to see that violence. And no offense to women, I'm not saying you guys can't handle it, but you're just not meant. I'm sure you don't appreciate it or enjoy it.
You got me. That's funny.
It's not for you,
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, men, like, that's our job. Kind of not to seek violence. You always seek peace as your first option, but you have to be willing to commit violence to keep peace. It's just an unfortunate dichotomy of existence.
So I wanted to say thanks for letting me come on tonight and talk to you.
Absolutely.
It was great. I'm starting to get really cold, and I really was happy to talk to Mojo too. I'm really excited to hear how that turns out.
Well, we're going to have to do some more work, and Mojo's totally capable of it. Like the way he carries himself, and the way he handled the judge in the first interactions, but there's just some follow through with paperwork that was a learning experience for him, because, like if the judge wants it adjourned and asks you to adjourn it for 30 days, and I'm sure he realizes this for now, or, now that it's happened, without any follow-through action, they just think you're fucking with them, which is what he said. You're just pretending.
Mm-hmm.
You're pretending. Why are you pretending? Basically. And Mojo is not pretending, but he's not let's just try to get him on arbitration. But in the future, what Mojo is going to do is going to put out the fire before it starts. And that's what we're all going to do. With our documents. That's the whole idea. I showed you guys some of the document I'm working on right now. The only reason I don't show the entirety of what I have is because I don't want to. You never show the battle plan before you enact the battle.
Yep, I totally agree with that.
And plus the personal information there, obviously I'll have to redact some things once it's finished. And plus I also want to show it to you guys once I get it on the record, so I can explain to you exactly the difficulties I dealt with, because you're going to deal with difficulties. But at the end of the day, it is a Supreme Court decision of Texas, which is not necessarily national, but it's as soon as you table the document, it's considered filed. And that decision was derived from an older principle that I will seek out and get. And then also on the other hand, it's a will. You're writing it as a will. So because that's what all of your estate revolves around, your will, whether you choose to acquire something as property or you choose to dispose of it, right? Whether you choose to use it in this manner or that manner, everything all comes back down to your will. So like definitely a category in every county register or recorder. Hopefully you have a recorder. I have a fucking register, but it's still not going to make a difference. They have a will section. And there's no way they cannot file your document. And in fact, when you want to, so I actually went through and looked through old Michigan law to find out how the filing fee was paid. They're not going to charge me because
I remember talking about that.
The filing fee in Michigan statutes from right when the state was made is paid out of the county treasury. Period. Because you can't charge me for justice. You can't charge me for law. You can't charge me for the use of the court. This is my public utility. It's paid for by the people. It has power vested to it from the people, and you're not going to fucking charge me to use it.
Yeah, that's definitely a shot across the bow right away. I like that.
Right. And that's evidenced in the original statutes of Michigan, right? So statutes, and I have to, because this confused me for a long time when I was learning, and really reading some documents and listening to other people explain it, you know, in a certain way. It's this easy that you have common law and you have statutory law. Those are your two main. Common law doesn't not have to be written. It can be written, but when you write it, especially if you're a government, it becomes statute. Now that statute can align with the common law, but it also cannot align with the common law. And therefore, statutory law is not law, it's statute. And it's up to you to have the discretion, right? And the understanding of jurisprudence to determine where Marbury versus Madison applies. That's a statute. That's the law of private conscience. Some men got together and out of their own conscience, they decided that we should do this. And you do not have the authority to do that, because any authority that you have only comes from the people in the first place. So unless you're actually enacting public law, which conforms to common law, which prevents harm, and we can reasonably see that, then it's not a law. Unless you can produce a contract where I agreed to be under your private law. Because that's the only way you can come outside of common law is contract. The only way you can get out from under common law is an agreement. And the very first agreements we ever made in this country were not contracts that bound us. They're contracts that bound the monster of government. So every statute, every code, right, every administrative rule, they have to follow those. You do not. Because they're not for the people if they're private law. Statutory law is the law of private conscience. It's the, I don't think you should do this, and I'm going to write it down on a piece of paper, and then I'm going to try to force you to obey it. It's not law. And this is ancient understanding of law. Centuries and centuries under this is not law. There is only one law. That law is common law. Everything else is labeled by its jurisdiction. It's equity, so it's the enforcement of agreements. So if I'm in an equity court, where's the agreement? Oh, you don't have one? Case dismissed. I shouldn't even be in here. Right? Admiralty court. Where's the ship I was on? Right? Where was the Admiralty at? How'd that happen? Did I join the Navy?
Yeah.
Right? Am I a merchant marine? No. Okay. No. So none of that shit applies to me either.
No, you're
engaging.
Not an infant either.
Well, that's
awesome.
What we'll get to. But the next one is, right, military. Just a military court? See that gold fringe on your flag? Maritime jurisdiction, military jurisdiction, right? That's where maritime. So I got to clear this up for people because this is where it gets. Maritime has an aspect of military, and military has an aspect of maritime, necessarily because of the structure of officers and the hierarchy of power within those two jurisdictions. If you're on a ship, you have a captain, you have a first mate, you have whatever other officers, and it may not be an actual military ship, but there still are civil officers. And so you can have,
because the captain is the law when you're on a ship.
Right. Right. So you can have mutiny and you can have these various maritime violations that would also happen in military jurisdiction. But the two are not the same, but they do coincide in that way. That's how the jurisdictions brush up against each other. And basically the way that works is common law brushes up against equity through your common law right to contract, right? And then equity may brush up against maritime admiralty and how the contract's enforced if it's by the seas, right? Or it may brush up against military. Is your contract a military contract? Well, then it's started in equity and now you're under military jurisdiction. So like if you wanted to argue the fact that military jurisdiction did not apply to you, that would fall back to equity to your contract in which you signed up to be part of the military and whether or not that was valid. You see what I'm saying? And
I think so.
You got this little standalone.
Well, it's 3 in the morning. I'm starting to fade. Like I said, I think I'm going to step out. And if you and Mojo want to talk more about what's going on, then I'm going
to shut it down. I'm just going to finish what I was saying. You can get out of here if you need to, though. And I appreciate you joining me tonight. And I hope you have a great night. And I'll see you next week.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Well, no, I only take a week off every once in a while. And I only took 2 weeks off because I actually didn't take 2 weeks off. I was on an interview, which is on Crip Rick's channel now, if you guys want to go watch it.
Yeah, well, I was a little worried there for those 2 weekends. I started like, oh no.
No, I'm not gonna. I stay dedicated to doing what I'm doing, and
yeah, he finally uploaded that like 2 days ago.
Well, I think that was my misunderstanding.
Okay.
I thought his show aired on Mondays, which it does ordinarily, but the pre-recorded show he released on whatever day that was, and
it was just a few days ago, if I remember correctly.
Right, and I thought it was going to be the direct following Monday, but apparently it wasn't. And so I'm glad you reminded me, so I could remind my viewers to go check it out if they want to, and then I'm going to upload it to my channel after he gets his view. You know, it's just respectful of his.
I get it.
Yeah. And then,
well, Mojo, if you're still there, I'm going to take off. Okay, brother. We lost Mojo. He fall asleep.
He may be sleeping. Yes. Law gets boring. I get it.
Well, I hope I didn't offend him with my Mr. Leahy comment.
That was rough.
Well, I mean, we're all getting older. We all look like, just reminded me of him a little bit. His first look.
But fortunately, Mr. Leahy was hilarious. So
yeah, it wasn't to be offensive.
No, I know. It was funny. But all right, man, you have a good night, and I'll finish discoursing upon what I was explaining, and then I'm going to get off.
Yeah, please do. All right, good night.
Yeah, bye. So the maritime and the military can coincide with one another in those distinct aspects where involving officers and a basically a military type chain of command, right? And then you have at the end of it probate, which is not even spoken about, but is actually its own jurisdiction and the most powerful jurisdiction in the entire nation at this point, because it has gone undetected for, over 200 years. And that is dealing with how your property and estates are handed down from one generation to another. So most lawyers will only describe 4 jurisdictions to you, if they even know them, right? But there is indeed 5, and right now we are under a chimera of 4 of them, right? Common law entered you into the pledge, right? Through presumption of abandonment, then you were mortgaged and you're automatically put into this chimera of equity, maritime, military, because this all is taking place under martial law after the Civil War. That's why the president continuously restates the state of emergency. And the probate is the one who ultimately controls everything. So I would say your head probate judge of your county is the main person you want to serve with any paperwork. Absolutely. Mojo, you there? You sleeping, bro? Oh, he done. He out. He passed out on us. He passed out on the air. That's hilarious. Yeah, I know law is boring, guys, and it sucks to get into it. But once you start to understand the power you can have over your oppressors, it should be invigorating and motivating. And I'm going to try to help everyone as much as I possibly can within the bounds of my own limitations regarding my responsibilities. But it's not that difficult once you, well, for an atheist, it's impossible. Let's put it that way. For an atheist, if you're an atheist watching this channel, Lazarus says he was unsubscribing because apparently you guys were, I don't know, saying whatever to him. I didn't see necessarily what you were saying to him. And then I said what I said, but he's unsubscribed and resubscribed several times. And honestly, at the end of the day, I'm not here for fame or clout or money or anything like that. I'm just trying to make a difference. For people who are actually capable of understanding this. And if you're not, and I do use the term understanding intentionally because you do understand the law. You do not understand equity unless you agreed to it. You do not understand admiralty unless you agreed to it. You do not understand military unless you agreed to it. And you do not understand probate if you know better, because you actually, that's how they get you. It's the only jurisdiction you do not have to agree to. They can use presumption based on your own activities and actions and petition to take control of your estate. And they've done one better since then. That's how they originally did it. Now they just presume everyone to be an infant and then just pass it down along a line of genealogical succession. Right? So Jehovah's funny. So he said, I pray he has sweet dreams and restful sleep. Mojo, if you rewatch those, that's for you. That's hilarious. And Winbay Bear, that's what I hope people feel. But honestly, I know it's just a complete restructuring of your neural pathways. Is the only way to explain it. You just see it entirely different. You see it in terms of property, ownership, certificate, title, and estate. That's it. I actually got into an argument with somebody about a week ago. He works where I work, and I was driving, and I don't give no fucks about a speed limit. I'm a good driver. I'm a safe driver, and I give no fucks about a speed limit. You can get the fuck out of here with that. So, I drive fast. And guy finds himself coming up to me like right after I get to work and goes, hey, man, I'm worried about you. And I said, oh, really? Why? He says, man, you got a death wish or something? I said, no. Why? I said, man, the way you drive, I'm concerned, man. And there's that whole safety aspect, right? It's programmed into people. So I'm concerned, man. You're going to hurt yourself. And I said, well, I appreciate that. And he said, no, man, but really, I appreciate that. Thank you for your concern. And I said, but you need to, I said, listen, man, do you have a superior claim to my property that enables you to tell me how to use it? He said, what? Like, it totally taken aback. Like, he just, what? I said, do you have a superior claim to my property that enables you to tell me how to use it? No, man, I'm just trying to say, you don't got to be all like that, blah, blah, blah. I said, no, dude, I do, because you're being patronizing. You came up to me and told me you were concerned about how I'm driving. I listened to you, and I said, I appreciate your concern. Thank you. There's nothing more that needs to be said unless you're trying to control me and enforce the law of your private conscience upon me to dictate how I use my property. that just pissed him off. And then we got into a pissing match and the boss broke it up and all that good stuff. And I basically told him, you know, but that's not important because I'm not a violent guy all the time. So, you know, anyway, but that's the point of it. And that's why I was justified. And when the boss, you know, when the boss man asked me, you know, what happened? I said, dude, the guy was trying to enforce the law of his private conscience on me. I told him, I said, thank you for your concern. And he still wanted to continue. So then I had to assert myself in that situation. And that's what happened. Right. So, and that's how you have to look at life. You have to look at it like that. You know, if you're not hurting somebody, what gives someone else the right to tell you what to do with your property? And hurting someone else also includes incidental circumstances, right? So like if you're a spendthrift or a gambler or an addict or something, you're hurting your family, well, 100% they can take your estate because you're an idiot. You're a spendthrift, you're an infant, you cannot manage your affairs. So they'll take your property. And honestly, that's understandable. But the way that they wholesale just blanket take but that's the whole thing, is because they're right. Right now, this is a nation of infants. There's hardly anybody who knows how the law works. And so if tomorrow they were like, you know what, there is no more administrative law. There is no more Administrative Procedures Act. And we're back under the chimera of common law and equity. And I mean, in certain cases, admiralty. But we're back under that. How are you going to operate? You have no fucking idea. It's going to take away a lot of your welfare programs because the welfare programs are specifically designed to ensnare you as an infant, right? What if the electric companies don't receive subsidies anymore, right? Or what if your water gets shut off? Because they're providing you with what you don't have to go forage or find a stream or river or dig a well or nothing. They supply you with water, infant. What happens then? This is the gravity of what they've done. They've made you so hopelessly dependent on the system that removal from which may kill you. And that's exactly what they intended to do. All the car manufacturers got subsidies. All the utility companies get subsidies. Everyone, even telecommunications, they get subsidies. It's considered philanthropic and beneficial, and you need it to live. And so they all get to mooch off the fucking big purse that is accumulated on the mortgage of your estate. And it's not even actually a purse. It's just a bunch of debt securities. There's no money. All the money's actually already been secreted away by the bankers. That's gold and silver. It's gone. So where is it at? We don't know. They have the money. Once you figure out you're playing with monopoly money, right? They have all the money now. So, you want to go back to the real system? We have it all. Right. That's why we need to sue them out of existence. Take it all back. Anyways, I appreciate everyone this evening for joining me. And Mojo, I appreciate you falling asleep on my channel. It's very humorous. And I will see you guys, of course, next weekend. I'm going to go through that probate code that I finally found. And I'm going to pick out the gems. And hopefully by next weekend, I can explain to you the exact process by which they declare an infant surrendered in the state of Michigan. But that is what they're doing, for sure. It's the only way they could do it. And that's why it's all hidden, you know. The entire 10 chapters hidden that I found, it all has to do with the decedent and infant estates and guardians and claimants, and it's exactly what I'm looking for. So I appreciate you guys, of course, for watching. Sorry I'm shitty at looking at the comments. I get caught up in what I'm talking about. I'm kind of going back through just to see if there's anything that pops out, but it looks like you guys were mostly Grouch asked who is Zen and where's his Zen's channel is Vocational Science of Freedom, but he's going to speak like a lawyer to you. So if you have any questions about what he's saying, just ask me. It's fine. Yeah, no, looks like I don't really see any comments. So you guys have an awesome night, man. I appreciate you for joining me, and I will see you next Saturday, of course, hopefully with an entire discourse on that probate code. So, and with more of my document to share. I'll redact the personal information. You guys have a great night, and I will see you next time.